Mazara del Vallo. I'm Vita Cancitano. I work in Marine Biology Resource and Biotechnology Institute in Mazara del Vallo, and I am the branch manager at in this. Hosting this international meeting here in Mazara del Vallo is a very relevant, significant for this city. Since mid-1900, Mazara del Vallo has based its economy on fishing, and for decades has represented one of the largest and most active fishing fleet in the Mediterranean Sea. The fishermen of Mazara del Vallo can be considered pioneers of the sector, with a long-standing tradition of innovation and resilience that continue to shape our identity today. I would like to say that the fishing in Mazara del Vallo is history, culture, economy, and society. Sorry. I want to thank the ICES community, in particular Noëlle, Paul, Antonello, and all the group for their support and collaboration committed to realization this meeting. I would like to thank our director, Dr. Gianmarco Luna, and to my colleague, Sergio Vitale, Mariangela Giglio, Fabio Falsone, Cecilia Spagnolo, Brigida Parlante, Monica Calabrò, for their constant support and effort in the organization of this important event. Without their help, this event could have been possible. I would like to thank the director of the Fishery Department of the Sicilian region, Dr. Cucchiara, and the Municipal Executive Board, Germana Bagnato, or Municipal Mazara del Vallo, for their presence and for the role that they play in shaping the future of fishing in Mazara del Vallo. Thank you again, and I wish you all a productive and stimulating meeting. Thank you, and I leave the floor to our director, Gianmarco Luna. Thank you. Thank you again. Meeting. Thank you, and I. Non si vede? Devo togliere la presentazione. Ok. Marco, the floor is yours.
So I will go. Okay. So good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm truly honored to host and open the conference on ICES FAO Working Group on Fishing Technology and Fishing Behaviour.
The floor is yours.
So I want to extend my warmest and most sincere welcome to all of you here in Mazara del Vallo. I therefore greet all the participants, the chairs of this working group, so Noëlle, Paul, and Jon, I also want to greet my CNR colleagues from Mazara del Vallo and Ancona, who have worked very hard and jointly over the past month to organize this conference. And also, I want to greet the institutions that are also present here today. I also bring you the greetings from our governance and from the director of our Department of Environmental Science and Technology, Dr. Francesco Petracchini, who is also following us on YouTube. So today you will find yourself in a beautiful Mazara and a wonderful Sicily. So I hope that your important conference will be productive from both a scientific perspective, but also in terms of leisure, and hope that you will have the opportunity to enjoy the many wonders that Sicily has to offer. So I will now very briefly introduce our institute. I will be very brief because I don't want to take too much time away from your important work. So let me try to share my screen because I have a very short presentation. I hope you can see it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I was on the last. Okay, so our institute, that is called the Institute for Biological Resources and Marine Biotechnology, has a very clear aim. So we want to promote and carry out fundamental and applied research to study marine life, marine organisms, marine ecosystems, and their evolution also in relation to the human impact and the global change. So we have different sections. Our headquarters is located in Messina, which is on the other side of Sicily, a few hours drive from Mazara del Vallo, but also we have a section in Ancona, in Lesina, and in Fano. So we try to be one of the leading centers in Italy for the study of these topics, and also because many of our sections have a very, very long tradition, especially in the fishery science. So Ancona and later Mazara del Vallo have been the first laboratories more than 50 years ago to study fishery science. So this is why we want to keep our tradition very continuously over years, and also we want to keep with us the new technologies and the new science that marine research are taking with it. We belong to the National Research Council of Italy, which is the largest research body of Italy. Okay, here it is. So we are a very big institution working on all the different aspects of science. So not only marine science, of course, we are the largest in Italy, about 10,000 employees, and also we want to promote research, we want to create new knowledge, but also we want to help the national system promote the internalization of our country, and also solution to the public and private needs. And of course, fishery science is very important in this perspective. Marine research at CNR is not only performed in our institute, but also the CNR has two other institutes that are dedicated to complementary aspects, just to cover all the different fields of marine research. And this is just a very rapid slide to show you that there are in total in Italy about 20 different laboratories under the CNR, and in total about 500 staff of marine scientists, technicians, technologists, and administration. So IRBIM, we typically call IRBIM as a family. So we are quite a big family, about 180 people, including also the young researchers. We also have research associates from university and national research center, a very high number of laboratories. We also have stations to measure the oceanographic conditions. We have vessels, and we also have a lot of stable collaboration with national and international research. These are the main areas of research. Of course, underlined here we see sustainable management of fisheries and fishing technologies and bioacoustics that are particularly relevant for this conference. But also we have scientists working on marine microbiome, working on alien species, on marine biology, and also aquaculture, with the aim to promote a strong interdisciplinary approach. So we want to merge the disciplines. This is just an example. We have recently catalogued the microbiome of a very important fishing target in Italy, which is the common sole. But it is just an example. The scientific context under which we operate is very complex. Of course, you are the expert. I don't need to explain to you, but of course, these are all the very big questions that we want to provide knowledge to help. So decline of ecosystems, decline of biodiversity loss, how humans and the oceans are interconnected. So this is something that we are realizing year after year. And of course, we want to put together the needs of society, so under a sustainable approach, so societal, economic, and environmental sustainability. And this is very, very important for fishery, of course. This is you know better than me this slide, but it is also something that I show to the politicians to understand how the overfishing can be a problem. This is a paper by Antonello, our colleague in Italy, that was mapping the trawling effort in our seas, and the Adriatic, this is one of our seas, is among the most trawled sea in the planet. So there is really an urgency of moving towards sustainable fishery. Also because we know that the demand of food from the sea will increase. And of course, if we have to make fishery sustainable, we also have to make aquaculture sustainable. We tend to use the term One Health aquaculture. We are working a lot on aquaculture because you know better than me that aquaculture is growing a lot, but we have to face a lot of challenges. And of course, research is very important to do this. Also in terms of decarbonization, in terms of impact on the health of the ecosystem. Very quickly, we have very good capacity for self-funding. Our budget last year was about 30 million euros, which is quite good. Also because we have the honor and privilege to run. So we are involved into the National Resilience and Recovery Plan projects, which was a very important funding in Italy in the last year. So these are just some examples. We also have our own PhD. So we believe a lot in education and in creating a new generation of marine scientists and also on fishery scientists. So this international PhD program, which is now at the 7th cycle, it's sustaining a lot of new fishery scientists, and it is run jointly with the University of Bologna, which is the oldest university in Italy. I just want to spend a very few words on the Fishery Working Group that is made up by these colleagues that you know for sure. It is very important work that we do because it is science, but it is also advice to the national state bodies, to the ministry. Here you can see our ministry for agriculture and fisheries, who is citing us in the Italian parliament, because this is an example of how research can provide a very rigorous and strong advice to the institution. And this is something that even if I'm not a fishery scientist, but I think it will be very, very important and even more important in the future. So this is just a list of university, company, association, non-governative organization, institution that we daily work together, also with the presidency of council. We are quite strongly involved also in marine research infrastructure in EU, which are very important. And I just wanted to mention this global marine research infrastructure that we are building with all these institutions. It is the Fishing Vessel Ocean Observing Network, which is very, very important to make the fishery ships as sentinels to observe the ocean. And lastly, this is the last slide. It is just quite a simple way to explain how our institute is helping the institution and the international policy. So if you look at this, you can see that how we can provide help to the Maritime Spatial Planning Directive in Europe, to the Common Fishery Policy, to the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, which is also a very important directive in Europe, but also to the EU Biodiversity Strategy, which have a very ambitious plan to protect biodiversity, to the zero pollution, and if you see, also you will see mentioned all the different projects that we are working. One example is very successful is the Decarbonate project that we are running, which will contribute to the European Green Deal, which goes to the decarbonization of Europe, and also to the Nature Restoration Law, for instance, to the blue economy, and to a lot of different directives in Europe. So I was going very quickly because I didn't want to take time away from your work, and I thank you for your attention, and I wish you a very productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Gianmarco.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning again. In 1977, the Municipal Consiglio of Mazara del Vallo has officially approved a resolution for the establish a center for applied fishery research in the city. In 1982, born Fishing and Fishery Production Technology Institute, ETTP. The director was Dino Levi. Over the years, the institute changed the names, but its research focus remained consistent. In 2018, born IRBIM, Marine Biological Resource and Biotechnology Institute. The research activity of the IRBIM in Mazara del Vallo are biological and ecology of marine organisms, including alien and invasive species, population structure, connectivity and spatial distribution of key fishery resource, assessment of the state of fishery resource, identification of sustainable exploitation strategy, innovative technology for sustainable fishing and aquaculture activity, integrated coastal zone management, drought support for police, island and sustainable management of marine resources and conservation of biodiversity, a study of anthropogenic stress or drought physiological response. The staff working at IRBIM in Mazara del Vallo are 25 permanent staff by different research manager, technologist manager, technique, administration. We have 5 research grants, 2 PhD come from Tunisia, one Tunisian and one PhD come from France, and 2 non-permanent contract PNRR. External funding to IRBIM of Mazara del Vallo, the trend from 2010 to 2023. 33% fund come from European Union, 44 national funds, and 22 come from FAO. This is the picture of scientific paper published in ICES journal by CNR-IRBIM in Mazara del Vallo from 1980 to 2024 by Web Science. The main research activity in IRBIM Mazara del Vallo is the assessment of the state of fishery resource and identification of sustainable exploitation strategy. Fishery also today make a significant contribution to food production, livelihoods and economy. According to FAO report on the state of resources in Mediterranean and Sea 2023, our exploitation of the stock has decreased over the past decade. However, most commercial species are still fished at a sustainable level. To assess the fish resource and identification of a sustainable exploitation strategy, it is necessary for monitoring the fishery by direct and indirect method to achieve the maximum sustainable yield of the stock. How? By scientific survey and monitoring commercial landings. Data are collected and biological parameters are estimated. Applied the statistical stock assess model to reach the fishery management for the sustainable exploitation strategy. Another research activity in Mazara del Vallo, innovative technology for sustainable fishing. In the recent years, we have developed a laboratory aimed to transfer innovative technology that reduce incidental catch of juveniles of target and non-target species during the troll passive gear operation. This issue takes on greater importance in light of the common fishing policy, which requires member states to adopt a policy to minimize discard and the obligation to land the all catch of the species below the minimum size established by Mediterranean regulation. Any experiment performed in our institute to reduce incidental catch of juvenile of target and non-target species. It's a very great video. And another experiment at fish survival and vitality assessment. Another research activity is the improving seafood quality and safety. The slide summarizes an additional research activity focused on the valorization of fishery production. Especially a modified atmospheric patching system was implemented on board a commercial fishing trawler to package shrimp in 100% nitrogen, offering an alternative to traditional chemical substance. Another important research activity is conservation of resources, sustainable fishing management in Strait of Sicily, like as identification of essential fish habitat for commercial exploitation species, mapping of vulnerable marine ecosystem, assessment of effect of anthropogenic pressure and environment factor on fishery resource and marine ecosystem, tropic network analysis, assessment of demersal biodiversity, integrated coastal zone management, qualitative and quantitative assessment, distribution of litter and seafloor and microplastic marine organisms. Based on our study on essential fish habitat of hake, European hake, and deep water roast shrimp, Parapenninsular ondirostri, that target species of in disease area, have been established by GFCM in 2016 and 19 fish restrict area, and disease activity to continue in other area to propose as protection measure for the essential fish habitat of shrimp and hake along the Tunisian shelf. The staff of IRBIM Mazara del Vallo participate in GFCM Working Group on vulnerable marine ecosystem for identification and mapping vulnerable marine ecosystem, for example, Funiculina quadrangularis, Isidella elongata, Leophates glamberrima. Another group work on participate to working group of GFCM, General Fish Commission in the Mediterranean, for identification on priority area for the conservation of Isidella elongata, vulnerable marine ecosystem. Another activity, research activities, qualitative and quantitative assessment of distribution of litter and seafloor and microplastic on marine organism. In the right is an example of undigested plastic in the stomach of Chilorinus canicula, the result of the disease experiment, disease work, and the data come from Medit survey from 2015 2019. For the integrated sustainable and coastal zone management research activity in IRBIM Mazara del Vallo, main objective: protect coastal natural capital, promote place-based and vocation-driven development, enhance inclusive governance and stakeholder participation, build adaptive strategy to climate change and human pressure. Another research activity is a study of anthropogenic stressor throughout physiological response. The scope of is understand the adaptation mechanism of vulnerable marine organisms in the Mediterranean region under intense environment and human pressure. What we do? Monitoring physical parameters, oxidative distress and energy metabolism, biomarker analysis in response to environment stress, pollution, salinity, temperature, and laboratory experiment under controlled condition. In this slide, I like to show you the fishing in Mazara del Vallo at 1930. Okay. This is other picture. They created the net used by fishing. Thank you. I leave to the floor Director of Fishery Department in Sicilian Region, Dottor Cucchiara. Prego, ve lo dico in italiano. A lei la parola.
Buongiorno a tutti. Grazie per l'invito all'organizzazione del CNR, grazie in particolare al professor Fabio Fiorentino che è venuto al Dipartimento già diverse volte. Io sono Giovanni Cucchiara, dirigente generale del Dipartimento della Pesca Mediterranea, quindi mi occupo della parte finanziaria, burocratica e amministrativa del mondo della pesca. Faccio piccole frasi. Okay.
Good morning. Good morning.
Prova.
Avvicinati qua, dai, così c'hai anche.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the invitation to the organizer, and thanks to the Professor Fabio Fiorentino for having me here today. I am Giovanni Cucchiara, head of the Department of Fishery of Mediterranean Fishery at the Sicily region, and my task involved the bureaucracy and the financial administration and of all the Sicilian fishery sector.
Ovviamente vi porto i saluti dell'assessore regionale all'agricoltura che esprime l'apprezzamento per questa iniziativa e per tutta l'attività che il vostro istituto mette in campo quotidianamente.
I'm bringing the greetings and the salutes of the
Assessore regionale all'agricoltura.
of the head of the Ministry of Agriculture and Fishery of the region Sicily, and the appreciation for the activity in this research field.
Solo una breve considerazione e poi lascio la parola. Questa giornata a mio avviso è significativa, è una significativa opportunità per discutere tutti gli aspetti relativi alla tecnologia di pesca e anche al comportamento dei pesci. La ricerca scientifica a mio avviso è molto importante per il Dipartimento che dirigo ed è a supporto di tutte le nostre azioni amministrative e soprattutto a supporto di tutto il mondo della pesca. Questo ovviamente nell'ottica dello sfruttamento sostenibile delle risorse ittiche.
Okay, so just a few words on the importance of this activity. Especially, it is especially important for discuss all the aspects related to the technology and fish behavior, and this is a very important scientific activity to support the department, our department, for the Mediterranean fishery, and especially helping the exploitation, the sustainable exploitation of marine resources.
In quest'ottica il Dipartimento ha sempre messo in campo importanti azioni finanziarie a sostegno della ricerca scientifica, sia del CNR, del vostro istituto, sia del mondo delle università, delle aree marine protette e comunque di tutti quegli operatori scientifici che lavorano in questo settore. Un'importante attività che ho messo in movimento in questi ultimi giorni è l'attuazione di un articolo di legge relativo alla istituzione dell'anagrafe regionale degli enti di ricerca. Già abbiamo avuto in Dipartimento delle riunioni con tutti gli organismi scientifici. Questa anagrafe è importante perché consentirà ai COGEPA, che sono i consorzi di gestione della pesca artigianale, quindi della piccola pesca, consentirà loro di scegliere in questa anagrafe l'ente di ricerca che li supporterà per la redazione dei nuovi piani di gestione locale della pesca artigianale, che ormai, come abbiamo ampiamente discusso in vari momenti al Dipartimento, sono obsoleti, sono superati e vanno sicuramente rielaborati per adeguare le previsioni e le regolamentazioni al nuovo assetto del nostro Mar Mediterraneo. Grazie per l'attenzione, lascio la parola e seguirò con interesse i lavori. Grazie.
So to achieve the tasks, our department has financially supported all this research activity, and in particular, in the last days, we have promoted the establishment of a registry of research institution that can support the local administration of fisheries, and this can enhance the bond, the link between a research institution and local administration, especially for supporting the fishery stakeholder and all the stakeholders involved in the fishery sector. And and the registry of this research institution can help the new plans for fishery for the small scale fishery and the other type of fishery sectors. And with this, I will just leave the floor to the other speaker that I will follow with much interest. And thank you very much for the attention.
Please leave to the floor. Germana.
Good morning to all. Thanks for being here in Mazara del Vallo. My name is Germana Bagnato. I am part of the team of the mayor, Mr. Salvatore Quinci. On behalf of him, Salvatore Quinci, it's a real honor for me and my colleague, Gianfranco Casale, to welcome you all to Mazara for this important international meeting. Mazara is not only a town by the sea, it's a town of the sea. For centuries, the sea has given us work, identity, and culture. We have one of the largest fishing fleets in the Mediterranean, and fishing is part of our everyday life. But today, we all know that the sea is in danger, and climate change, pollution, overfishing, those are serious problems for us, for all the world. That is why your work is so important. We need science, we need technology and new ideas to protect the sea and to find better, smarter way to fish. We think that this meeting is a great chance to work together, to share knowledge, experiences, and first of all, your solutions. Sustainability is not just a nice word for us. It's a way of life. It's the only way forward if we want to keep the sea alive for us and for the next generation. Here in Mazara, we are proud to host this conference. We are a city of dialogue, a meeting point between cultures and people, and we are ready to support the change that the sea needs. I wish you a good work, good discussions, and also some time to enjoy our city, its food, its people, and its history. So welcome to Mazara del Vallo, welcome to a city that lives with the sea and believes in its future. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. I don't mind. Maybe one more round of applause. Thank you so much to our Italian hosts for having us here. Thank you so much. We're very excited to be here in Mazara del Vallo. So my name is Noëlle Yochum. I am one of your chairs. Paul Winger and Jon Lansley is our FAO chair for the group. Again, a big thank you to the host. This has been something we've been putting on for the past year, and a lot of work has gone into it, so many thanks to everyone who's made this possible. We wanted to do a few logistics. Maybe I'll just do those first. There's an information table that's going to be in the reception area. If people have questions, obviously you can also reach out to myself or the other chairs. As far as some just logistics and housekeeping, take a look at the agenda. There's been a few changes to the presentation times, so make sure you know when you're going on. And during the coffee break today, for those who haven't hung your posters, please get your posters up. So we have the poster session this afternoon. Those will be up all week, so you can take your time to enjoy the work. And you'll find a list of the posters in with the agenda. A couple other business items. The moderators for your session, find your moderator if you can and make sure that you get them your presentation at least by the coffee break before you're going on. You'll notice that we're going to be having 5-minute updates in the morning, so make sure you're here on time. We're going to share things that you need to know for the day in the morning. I also wanted to mention that today at lunchtime, for those of you who are interested in the excursion, there will be a table outside you can pay and confirm your spot for our excursion. Let's see. Also, John's going to be circulating everyone's phone numbers, so if anyone wants to get in touch with each other while you're here, you'll have access to that in your email. So that should be coming today sometime. Let's see, and one other business, these are all things that have been added, so no slides for these, but we've been offered an event on Monday for if anyone's interested, live music and dinner here at the hotel. If folks are interested, come see me. It'd be a dinner for Monday. They want to see if that's something of interest to people, so keep me posted about that. Okay, those I think all of our logistics for now. As far as restrooms and things like that, there's one in the reception area, but if you're staying at the hotel, it may be best to use your room. There's not many. I've found in the lobby here. And any other logistics you can think of? I guess they'll come up as we go. Yeah. Oh, and yes, so the coffee breaks are going to change from day to day, so keep you on your toes. It's a good reason to make sure you're here in the morning to get our daily updates. But today, the coffee breaks are going to be in the bar. And then lunch is on your own. Oh, that's right. And then but they will provide lunch in the restaurant here for folks who are interested. So every morning we'll kind of take a raise of hands to see who wants to have lunch here at the hotel, and they'll prepare it for us. So maybe we'll kick that off. Who might be interested in having lunch here in the hotel today? Oh, John. Oh, yeah, they've got it. Okay. Do you want to count those for me? Keep your hands up. They're going to count while I keep talking. That's great. What's that? For the lunch for today. Well, I'm going to get a head count and then I'll go tell them. How many? Okay. Great, thank you so much. So each day we'll take a count for who wants to have lunch in the restaurant here. You put them down. And then, but lunch is up to you if you want to find a local spot. We've intentionally made lunch a bit longer so you can go and explore the area. Okay, and at the coffee break you can sign up for the lunch and pay about 20 euros for the lunch. But again, it's up to you for lunch. That's on you, your choice. Just make sure you're back here in time for the next presentation. Any other logistics you want to do, Fabio? No? Yep, it needs to be today, right? Yep. Yeah. So just a reminder for the excursion, it needs to be paid today ideally to make sure that we have enough buses and we can plan for the excursion on Sunday. All right. Oops. So just a little information about the meeting. We'll get back into the slides. So we had 133 people registered for the meeting. 115 of you are in person today with 20 ICES countries and 10 non-ICES countries represented, which is pretty exciting to see that much representation. We've got 26 graduate students and 51 first-time attendees. I think that might be a record. Yeah, welcome. Yes. So this is really exciting. I think of this group very much like a family, so it's exciting to see us growing and to see so much new interest and people excited to gather and share with each other on this type of work. So really exciting. So I am going to mention that we are streaming this. It's going on a YouTube site for those who are participating remotely. It's not being recorded, but it is streaming. We did have some technical issues, which is a good reminder of why we also like to gather here in person and be together. Just a reminder for our FTFB website, brought to you courtesy of Antonello. We have the agenda, the book of abstracts, and the national reports all online. So look there. We're not printing out the papers, so if you want to find that information, it's on the website. I also remind you for the members that we use the SharePoint to put the documents. So if you want to read any of the extra documents, they'll be on SharePoint. And to also mention the blog that Antonello created. So if people want to have engaging conversations with each other outside of these meetings, the blog is a good place for that.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Jon Lansley from FAO. So I'm going to give you a brief reminder on the scope and the objectives of the group. Oops. Maybe the next one. Okay. So the current FTFB terms of reference for 224-226 provide for 3 different but related activities referred to as A, B, and C. These are as follows. For A, during annual meetings, deliberate, discuss, and synthesize recent research topics related to the following areas of work. So we have designing, planning, and testing of fishing gears used in abundance estimation. We have selective fishing gears for the reduction of bycatch, discard, and unaccounted mortality. We have environmentally benign fishing gears, including innovations to mitigate ALDFG and the risk of ghost fishing. We have improving fuel efficiency and reduction of emissions from fisheries. We have fish behavior near and inside fishing gear as it relates to the previous topics. We have summaries of relevant research activities by nation, which are your national reports, of course. And we have innovative technologies improving the safety of fishing operations. Now, this last one's a little bit different to what's been there before. This was introduced by FAO. For FAO, fishing technology is more than fishing gear technology alone and encompasses fishing operations. The safety of fishing operations conducted by fishers is an important focus for FAO. So a little bit more on that. ILO, the International Labour Organization, many years ago estimated that 24,000 fishers die every year. 10 years later, that was updated by FAO to 32,000 deaths per year. And more recently, the NGO Pew, the Pew Charitable Trust, have estimated it's much higher, around 100,000 deaths per year. So any contribution we can achieve through FTFB to reduce these numbers will be welcome. Okay, terms of reference B provides for the organisation of a FAO ICES symposium, as described in A, with additional thematic themes to be determined in year 2, which is where we are now. FAO joined the group in 2002, and since 2013 there have been sourced 4 such symposiums. The 5th is due to be held next year in Australia, and we're going to hear a lot more about that later. In terms of reference C, provides for supporting FAO members and ICES working groups and workshops with fishing gear and fishing behaviour expertise upon request. For further details for the full terms of reference, you can see the terms of reference on the FTFB website. And that's me. On to the next person.
Okay. All right, good morning, everybody. My name's Paul Winger. I want to say welcome as well. Just a few reminders about the code of conduct. We want to foster equitable and thoughtful communication and discussion. Be mindful that English is not the primary language. Many of us talk too fast, especially from Newfoundland, so I have to remind myself to slow down. ICES does have a formal code of conduct. You can find this on their website, but briefly, there is a code of ethics and professional conduct. And it has, there's aspects of core values, gender equality, diversity, equality, and inclusion, good scientific practices, conflict of interest, environmental responsibilities, and even reporting misconduct. So I'll briefly show you these. And these. I didn't make these slides in case you're wondering. These are slides that are presented at every working group meeting, workshop, study group that ICES is part of. We want to foster good scientific practice. And of course, we want to be concerned about a conflict of interest. All right. Misconduct does occur from time to time, and we want to try to resolve it directly. Please tell someone. There are many people you could tell, your expert group chairs, SciComm members, steering group chairs, ACOM chairs, vice chairs, secretarial staff, on and on it goes. There is always somebody you can talk to. There's even an anonymous reporting tool for reporting misconduct to ICES. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to go over our agenda for the week. We've got a pretty packed and exciting schedule. I'm pretty excited about this. So again, this is going to be found online if you want to find this yourselves. You'll notice lunch is the same time every day, again, on your own. The coffee break location will have one in the morning, and then we'll have one in the afternoon. The coffee break today is going to be part of our poster session. So this afternoon we'll be able to kind of wander in here. You'll go get your coffee, come back here, enjoy it, and look at all these wonderful posters that we have. I will say there was so many presentations submitted this year that it's just incredible. We couldn't fit them all in plenary, so the posters are very rich. Please take time to look at those. So here's all the meetings that we have in plenary. We'll go through a little bit about what this involved in this agenda. Let's see. Yes, okay. So you'll notice from the agenda there are these things called focus sessions. It's something we tried out last year. It's really just sort of a topic that people wanted to really engage more and have more working engagement on that wasn't a topic group, because everyone in plenary is really keen to meet. So this year we have 3. The first is on gear switching, which you'll hear more about today. That was going to be our first one. This is looking at conversion from gill nets in Australia, where there has been an ask to change and to do away with gill nets. So there'll be a really great conversation and discussion about that today. The next one we have is tomorrow. This one is on uncertainties surrounding active bottom contacting fishing. So this is going to be a discussion more on bottom contact, and we'll have these presenters engaging in that, and then a discussion. And then we have from our Belgian friends a topic focus session on fails. And this is, I'm actually very excited about this one, to start bringing up things that have not worked and to share with each other some lesson learns, and maybe also to get some good feedback from one another on what happened, where have things gone wrong. So we'll have some presentations and also a discussion. So this is kind of a new way of doing things, a little bit more engaging. Is that anyone in this room? I don't know. So this is going to be a really fun conversation. You'll also notice from the agenda that we have topic groups. So the topic groups are, for those who are new, these are done in parallel. So these are actually breakout sessions. So you'll pick one of the 3 topic groups. We have the indicators group, the ALDFG group, and the multi-use group, and you'll get little teaser presentations about each of those tomorrow, as well as some presentations that give you a flavor for what might be discussed in these topic groups. So you'll pick one of these, and then when we break out into 3 different rooms, you can go. Even if you haven't been involved in these topic groups from the very beginning, you're very welcome to join any of them that you would like. So more on that through the week. You'll also notice that we've broken up the business session this year. Rather than having a really long business session on Friday, we've broken them up into small bits, and you'll get little bits throughout the week, which I think will help us keep it short but also engaging, hopefully. We've got some really interesting things presenting to you during the business sessions. We're going to have the first one this morning, assuming we still have some time. Yep. And then throughout the week, we'll have some meetings where we'll all get engaged and get feedback from all of you. So this includes talking about membership, national report topics. We have a great presentation from Silvana on Red Seed. We'll have from Georg a presentation on our national reports, an update from the WGSSE meeting that met yesterday, a presentation from UNITA on the bee fish group that has come out of here, the Trawl Fisheries Innovation Network, the World Symposium on Fishing Gear proposal from Steve that will be coming up. We'll also talk a little bit about the next 2 meetings. We already have some of that already being planned, which is really exciting. Mike is going to share with us a new working group that he's put together on animal welfare, and then a chance to engage with you. So it's lots of exciting things you'll want to vote on, so make sure you're here. And I put these up here also to remind people that I'm expecting them to present and to get me a PowerPoint at some point. So that is, I think, the bulk of the agenda. Again, we've got this sort of interesting way that we're doing it this year, where we're going Thursday to Tuesday, and we're keen to get your feedback on that at the end of the week. And in the middle, we have this excursion on Sunday, and all are very welcome to that. So we hope that people come and have a fun day to explore the area, and make sure, again, you reserve your spot today. So we'll go and kick off with some things that we want you to kind of keep in mind over this week, because again, we'll be doing some voting and engagement over the week. So here's a little bit of a preamble to get your brains going through the week.
All right, so we're just planting seeds at this point. We will open the floor and have a conversation, but we want you to start thinking about, number one, national reports. Many of you organize these, collate these, and submit these, and we put them into one document, and you'll find it on the FTFB website. This is a great way to find out what everybody's working on. Let's be honest, by the time you read a publication in a peer-reviewed journal, that work is 3 years old, 5 years old, sometimes 10 years old. And you try to contact the author and say, this is amazing, can we collaborate? Yeah, it's a little late, we've moved on. So I've always found that the national reports are a great way to find out what people are working on in real time. So definitely, please read those, skim those, do a control F for your favorite words. It's a large document. It's over 100 pages when you put it all together. But we do want to ask a few key questions, and planting seeds, we want to know if you appreciate the pictures, so that now we're adding images and pictures. It makes it longer, but it gives you something to look at that's colorful along the way. So we'd like your feedback on that. We'd also like your feedback on some of the questions that have been in and out. They're currently out, but we'd like to know if you want them back in. So for every single project, we at times have asked a whole bunch of questions. Is this about protected species? Is this project involving ALDFG? Are you open for collaboration? Has it been funded? There's all these extra questions, and it was a bit burdensome, and more were coming in, and so we decided to simplify it this year, but we understand that came at a cost for some of you, and so we'll want your feedback on that, whether that was a good decision or a bad decision. Number two, we're planting the seeds here this morning. We want you to be thinking about membership. Perhaps you, if you don't know, everybody who attends this meeting needs to be a member of some kind. There are really only two kinds. You're either a formal member, you've gone through the formal process, your national delegate has recommended you, and you're here and you're a long-time standing member. Or you're a chair-invited member, in which case you've reached out to the chairs and you've said, hey, you guys do neat stuff, can I attend? And in which case we just simply put chair invited next to your name. But the challenge with that is, which chair invited you? And historically, there was only one chair, and your invitation lasted for the tenure of the chair. So if you were invited by Daniel, for example, you would be allowed to come as long as Daniel was the chair, and you would get washed out, sort of thing. This kind of made sense when there was one chair, but now there's 3 chairs, and maybe you just wrote an email to all 3, but we all are staggered in terms of our tenure, and so it gets a bit confusing. So we're starting to rethink, what does chair invited mean in terms of the duration? How do we wash those out Do we do it annually? Is it a fixed term, or is it dependent on the person you emailed? Paul said I can come, so I'm good for 3 years. Noëlle said I can come, so I'm only good for Australia, for example. So we're starting to rethink what does chair invited mean. By the way, they both come with the same privileges. There is no distinction. You can present, you can have posters, you can lead topic groups, working groups, workshops, you can vote. So there is no distinction in privilege, and you all look the same. I can't tell when I look out across the room. We don't have colors on your name badges. Oh, you're chair invited or you're a real member. You all look and feel the same, and we want to value you. But we're trying to figure out, for the purpose of this business, we're trying to figure out how to wash out old chair-invited members. If you go to the website and you look at the membership of the FTFB, there's a lot of people there that probably need to be washed out, and we're just trying to figure out how to do that.
So just a reminder that we currently have 3 topic groups, indicators, which ends this year, ALDFG, which ends this year, but there will be some extra terms of reference that needs to be delivered in the coming months, and multi-use, which will have 1 more year. And we have 2 focus sessions, as was explained, one on bottom contact, and the second is failures, which we're expecting to see a proposal for a topic group. If you're thinking of proposing a topic group or a focus session for 2026, you have the opportunity to present later in the week in the business session 5 on Tuesday morning. But in order to present, you're required to do some preparation. So what we require from you is a PowerPoint slide with the draft terms of reference and a list of conveners. And please take note of what's required, and please take note of the deadline, which is Monday lunchtime that you've been provided for, to give time to prepare for the next day. And you can submit your proposals to myself, emails there on the screen, or come and speak to me if you've got any questions. Okay, thank you.
I warn you, though, that leading a topic group is a bit of a gateway to becoming chair, so be careful what you do. But it's a really great opportunity to get more engaged in the group by leading a topic group. So if you think of something, it really is, it's a really good opportunity. I suggest it. As Paul mentioned, I can't believe it's already going to be my 3rd year next year. So be thinking, if anybody's interested in taking over the chairship, there will be voting next year, but to kind of have that on your mind, and I'm happy to talk to you this week about what that entails for anybody who might be interested.
You got to work with John and I.
I recommend it. We have way too much fun. And I also just wanted to, Melanie, I don't know if you want to stand up where you're at. Melanie has this great idea for next year, and she wants to plant another seed in your brains. I know we're getting a little full now, but a seed we can talk about again about this at the end of the week, but I'll let you take it away if you want to say a couple things. Do you want to come down? Yeah.
Hi all. We're just thinking of organising some activities for our junior FTFBers that might want to join next year. So if you have any ideas or you want to participate, come find me and we can discuss things. Cheers.
So again, find Melanie if you think you're interested in maybe having bringing your kids to Australia next year. I know it's going to be kind of a trek, and if folks are heading that far, might want to bring kiddos along with them. So thinking about a way to organize that to make that possible for parents. So see Melanie this week if that's of interest to you, and if not, no worries, but that'll be her organization. Okay. I think we can go ahead. Should we go ahead and, I don't think we want to do that. So we've gone through the quick.
We need to just remind the topic groups to be prepared to do their pitch tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. And just a reminder for the topic groups, tomorrow you got a chance to pitch your topic group to attract more participants for your sessions. Be prepared for a 5-minute session tomorrow. Okay, thank you.
So it looks like we've wound down this business session a little early. We're going to give you an extra long coffee break. But one thing you should do as you leave the room, make sure you grab the Wi-Fi password. So there is a dedicated Wi-Fi for this room. For those of you especially that are staying at the Hops Hotel or a different hotel, make sure you grab that password on the way out, and that it's a little bit stronger. And for those of you that are even staying here at this hotel, it's a bit stronger for at least while you're here. So make sure you grab that on the way out.
Oh, yeah. And just a reminder, during the we'll break a little early to get folks some time to put their posters up. So just a reminder to hang up your poster if you can during the coffee break. Yeah. Okay.
Well, Fabio has an update. Yeah.
As an update. And then yes, during the coffee break, also sign up for lunch if you'd like to have it here at the restaurant. And Fabio's got one more.
Okay. And sorry, I'm Fabio Falsone. And before the coffee break, I provide you some information, some logistical information. Just a moment that I share the slide. No, la presentazione. No, la presentazione.
Cosa l'ho scritto?
Okay, sorry. So, in the first part of the slide, you can see the Wi-Fi. We have two different networks. One is more powerful inside this room. That is the first one. While the second one, you can use this Wi-Fi everywhere inside the hotel. Okay. Then we can see some information about the lunch, but we'll provide this by Noëlle. Also other important information, if you want a lunch outside the hotel, you can contact, for example, the Egadi Resort. This is the same agency that organizes the guided tours. And here I reported the number. I give you 2 minutes to take note about the number if you want. Okay. About the social dinner, I remember you that the name of the restaurant is Borgo del Mazara. That is also the meeting point at 8 p.m. on Saturday. You can see also the address, so you can use Google Maps to achieve the restaurant. And that's all. And now we have. Just for the excursion, the meeting point is in the hotel, if I remember well, for the start point. And it's important that you provide the payment by using the IBAN, or if you want, today during the lunch break, you can pay by card outside the hotel, where we can find the leader of the agency. And that's all. And I don't know. Okay, Noëlle suggested me to give you some information about the excursion. If you remember very well about this. The excursion expects to have a visit of the city of Mazara del Vallo, and during the afternoon, of course, taking the bus. We expected to provide you a visit in the archaeological park of Selinunte. That is a very good place to visit. And in the afternoon, we have an aperitif dinner in a good restaurant in front of the sea. This is the plan for the visit. And if someone that doesn't don't give us its confirmation, it's in time to give its participation now, and we can contact the agency to increase the number of each participant. I don't have other information. I believe it's enough, and enjoy the coffee break.
So plan to be back here. We've got the coffee break. Did you have something else, Vita? Do you have another announcement? Do you have an announcement? No. Okay. So we're going to have the coffee break now. Again, remember to do the posters. We'll be back here right at 11:30 and ready to go with our first set of presentations. So thank you so much.
Okay. I hope everyone had a good coffee break. Although the weather is not very helpful today, but it's a bit of taste of Northern Europe weather. But the weather forecast looks good for the next days, so don't worry. You're gonna have your warm and sunny days coming soon. Okay. So I just said I break the ice. I draw your attention. So we're ready for starting the session. And hello everybody, I'm Matteo Barbado, I'm the moderator for this session. Just a very kind reminder for everyone to be within the time of 12 minutes for presentation, then 3 minutes for questions. I have this beautiful handmade sign. I will mark the 10 minutes, then in case the 12 minutes. In case you go beyond the 12 minutes, then unfortunately we're not going to have time for questions. Okay, starting with the first presentation today, Neil Anders. I will kindly invite him, and we're going to talk about Atlantic bluefin tuna.
Okay, yes, thank you. Into this one, right? Yeah. Yes, okay. Yes, Neil Anders, Institute of Marine Research, Norway. So today I'll be presenting some results from the first year of our project that's been looking at Atlantic bluefin tuna when they're caught by rod and line in Norway. So first, a little bit of background for you. So surprisingly, Norway was one of the leading fishing nations in the world for bluefin tuna back in the 1950s. Using mainly purse seine, but then the stock collapsed in the early 1980s and the species essentially disappeared from Norwegian waters for many years and only reappeared in the last 10-15 years. And a modern fishery has now developed, again using purse seines but also coastal powerboats, like you can see an example here in picture 2. And those boats are using rod and line in order to capture bluefin tuna. So there you see a rather typical pole and line capture. So these are big animals, so 2.5 meters, 3 meters, 350 kilos is not unusual. And here you can see the fishing gear that's being used. So they use artificial squid lures that's put onto spreader bars that are then towed behind the boat. And one of the squid lures, like picture number 4 here, you can see there is a hook inside, and hopefully, the fish bites the hook. So there is about 20-25 commercial licenses given out annually for fishing with pole and line, and there is increasing numbers of recreational fishers targeting tuna in this way as well. I think there was 50-60 teams or something like that given permission last year. So this is very exciting fishery. We hear reports of an hour and a half fight times, things like that. Very exciting for the fishermen, but then it begs the question, what about the welfare of the animal if it's fighting on the line for more than an hour? And we're particularly interested in animal welfare when it comes to bluefin tuna because they are highly susceptible to capture stress, and that capture stress can then influence the quality of the product. So here you see an example of what is called burnt tuna syndrome. So that's where the metabolic stress of being captured has essentially denatured the proteins in the meat, and then you end up with this rather unsightly product like that. So then brings into question profitability. This is completely downgraded, probably not sellable, and then questions about sustainability and food wastage and things like this. So things we want to avoid in our burgeoning fishery in Norway. So then with animal welfare in mind, we've started a behavioural study last year, first focusing just on the scientific pole and line fishery that's operating in Norway. So that's essentially for tagging and releasing fish to look at migration studies, things like that. But we've took the opportunity to look at behaviour. So we've instrumented the fishing gear with a small camera looking back onto the squid lures so we can see the behaviour of the fish. And we've also fitted a very small accelerometer just above the hook so we can measure acceleration in 3 axes when the fish is on the line. So then last year in the autumn we were out for many days trolling up and down the west coast of Norway, and we came back with a selection of video footage, some of which you can see here. So let's see if this works, and it does. So then we saw instances where the fish are taking the hook, that's in the top left, your top left. And then after taking the hook, diving down on the bottom left, and we saw instances of rather interesting behaviour where the fish actually took the hook, was hooked, and then returned to shoal with its schoolmates. And also, more calmer periods right there on the right-hand side, where the fish is seemingly quite happily swimming along, towing the gear behind it and beating its tail. So the beating of its tail is rather interesting to see because tail beat frequency is a well-used welfare metric when it comes to looking at the welfare of fish. So tail beat frequency scales quite well with energy expenditure and metabolic rate. So it's essentially it's a good measure of, let's say, the effort that the fish is putting in as it's being caught. So with the tail beat frequency in mind, we've worked with a student at the University of Ghent who has very kindly gone away and counted tail beat frequencies from the videos. And you start to get plots like this. So we have on the x-axis there, time into the capture event. On the y-axis, we have the tail beat frequency. And then we have 5 different plots for 5 different fish that have been caught. And this is a great start, but you'll probably see there's large periods of time where we don't have any counts at all. And that's there, and that's mainly because the camera failed us in some way. More often than not, it was when the fish dove down and it went very dark and we couldn't count tail beats at all. So what we did then was turn our attention to the accelerometer to see whether we could gather any behaviour recorded from the accelerometer. So here, this plot you see is the sort of typical thing you get when you download the data from the accelerometer. So it's a lot of messy signals wobbling about here, there and everywhere. But then when we zoomed in on the more quieter periods, like here, we very often noticed these cyclical patterns like you see there on the example, up and down, almost like you would expect if a fish was beating its tail and its head was gently oscillating as it travelled through the water. So this gave us a clue that maybe somewhere in this whole mess of noise there is a tail beat frequency signal waiting to be extracted. So what we've done then is a lot of fiddling and filtering of the data and some fast Fourier transformations to change that accelerometer data from the time domain onto a frequency domain, and we ended up with a whole series of plots like you see there on the right-hand side. And very often we noticed there was one dominant frequency dominating the signal, which we hypothesized was the tail beat frequency signal. So then to ground truth that, and what we have done then is compare the counts that we could estimate from the accelerometer from that frequency against the camera estimated, or the camera counts of tail beat frequency. And as you can see, there's a pretty good correlation between the two. So we could say that we have, a way of estimating tail beat frequency without relying on the camera data. So with that, what we can then start doing is filling in the gaps where the camera has failed us. So that's what you see here now in the open circles. Those are tail beat frequency estimates derived from, am I standing on something? Derived from the accelerometer data. So now we have a bit more of a complete time series. We can start to see certain patterns emerging. So in that initial, let's say 2-minute period after the fish bites the hook, tail beat frequencies are pretty high, in some cases up to 6 beats per second. And then generally after that they tend to drop down to beat at about 1 hertz. With the occasional spike here and there, which is, hopefully you would agree, rather interesting, but what does it all mean when it comes to welfare? So how do we put this in context of what the animal is experiencing? So first thing we can do is change our y-axis from tail beat frequency into an equivalent swimming speed. So there is values available in the literature for changing between tail beat frequency and equivalent swimming speed. So this now expresses the swimming speed as it would have been if the fish was swimming unrestrained and free. So then, now we've done that, then we can start to put on some reference points as well to further put this into context. So here in the green now is the range of maximum sustainable swimming speed. So that's the speeds at which the fish can swim essentially indefinitely because it's well within the aerobic scope. The animal's not being overtaxed with anything that it can't cope with, and I would say that's pretty good when it comes to welfare. That's the sweet spot where we want to be. And then we can also put in a lower threshold as well, which is for when the tuna would be swimming at a very low speed. So in tuna, because they are negatively buoyant, they have to increase their angle of attack as they swim through the water in order to generate lift. That increases the drag, and that means that there is a higher energetic cost for a tuna to swim at lower speed than it would be. It would be more efficient for them to be swimming at a higher speed. So I would argue that's probably not where we want to be in terms of welfare. You put in further demands on the animal, and it would have been more efficient at a faster speed. And we can also put in a higher threshold as well, beyond the sustainable swimming speeds into unsustainable speeds. So this is where the animal is starting to recruit white muscle in order to generate more speed, and that white muscle works anaerobically. And then we can expect things like accumulation of lactate in the blood and in the muscles, reduction of muscle pH, activation of extracellular enzymes, those sort of things that we can expect to start negatively influencing the quality of the flesh. So this is ideally where we don't want to be in terms of welfare. So with those reference points in mind, then we can start to sum up a little bit for individual fish. So that's what you see here, and there's 5 pie charts across the top. A summary of the time that they spent in these different swimming states, and then overall for all the fish, the 5 fish that we've looked at so far, down the bottom there. So for about 18-20% of the time, they were swimming at these unsustainable levels where anaerobic respiration could be expected. But for the vast majority of the time, 80% of the time, they were not swimming. They were swimming within sustainable speeds, so not being forced to respond with something that they can't really cope with. So we may well ask the question, is it so demanding to be caught with a rod and line for a bluefin tuna after all, if they're swimming at these sustainable speeds? But then it's important to remember our observations so far have been totally in the scientific fishery, where we're using best practice deliberately to reduce stress, because these animals are going to be tagged and released. So we may well see different behavioural patterns and different fishing strategies when we expand our work into the recreational and the commercial fishery, which we hope to be doing this next year in the autumn. And we also want to look at the physiological state of these animals as they come on board and relate that to the behaviour that we're seeing on the accelerometer and the camera, and ultimately link the physiological status to quality outcomes for the fish as well, because the whole idea of the project is to come up with some science-based advice to try and improve welfare if it's needed, and to maintain the quality of these animals, because I'm sure many of you are aware bluefin tuna can be highly profitable if the quality is good. So with that, that's everything from me, and thank you for your attention.
Hello, yes, good. Okay, thank you very much, Niels, for your presentation. Any questions so far? Okay. Yes, over there.
Yeah, I've heard reports that when they catch these fish, that they can literally tow the boat backwards, as they're pulling them in. Is your assumption of sustainable swimming, free swimming fish, and if they're not a free swimming fish, would that have sustainability threshold be a lot lower if they're under tension that whole time?
That's a good question. Potentially, it's a very coarse indicator. Certainly, it's just to try and put things into context a little bit. But I think by summing it up, like overall the whole capture event, I think it gives a fair idea of whether it's sustainable or not. But that's what we hope to expand into this year, to look at the physiological status of individual animals, and then we can really start to tie down the behaviour to the actual physiological state. So it's a work in progress. And
also, sorry, for questions, if you could say your name, where you're from. And we'll have Kelsey bring you the microphone, just because there's people listening online. And then if the speaker could repeat the question just so that folks can hear it again, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions?
Hi, my name is Petri Suuronen. I'm coming from Finland. And I was just thinking that this is really useful stuff to know. But I was just thinking as an amateur, fisherman that when you get hook in your mouth and you are towed with the hooking probably is painful. We don't know, but I would expect that it is painful. So can you measure that maybe an additional stress, maybe shown some different way? But is it possible to think that there are two different, the swimming exhaustion and the pain-related stress? Does it make any sense?
I think there is always a challenge with measuring pain, certainly, because it's an emotional state, and how do you quantify an emotional state? It's a very difficult thing to do. Yeah.
I was just thinking that maybe in blood you can measure some changes in some stress hormones and things like that.
Potentially, yeah. But it's the challenge is working in the fishery as well. Is how do you get your hands on a fish that's not been hooked as well? But certainly, yeah.
I know it's coming.
Okay. Thank you very much, Neil. Just move on to the next presentation. Okay, next speaker is Marie. Okay, Marie.
Hello, my name is Marie Cox, and I'm from a master student from the universities of Brussels, Ghent, and Antwerp in Belgium. And I'm currently working on my master thesis with ILVO and DTU Aqua, and it's titled Measuring Codon Dynamics and its Impact on Catch Welfare. So, fish welfare in capture has not received much attention until recently. But the way fish are caught can lead to high levels of stress and injuries, and that is a problem because we want to avoid unnecessary suffering, and also besides fish that are injured also have a lower product quality, and they are more likely to die before landing, and they increase the amount of catch that is wasted. And at the same time, we see that consumers are becoming more aware and are asking for responsibly harvested seafood, including how fish are treated during capture. We also see a more We also see a more organized interest in this topic. For instance, the Catch Welfare Platform is an initiative that brings together stakeholders from science, policy, and industry, and the goal is to improve how we assess and protect welfare of capture fish. So welfare in fisheries is definitely something that's growing, and we can expect it to grow even more in the future. This study is focusing on beam trawling. It is a widely used method in the North Sea to catch flatfish and shrimps. And so as the net is towed along the seafloor, fish is accumulating in the cod end at the very back of the net. And that is where things get rough for the fish because they are getting crowded, they sustain stress, they are suffering from oxygen depletion, but also they can sustain physical injuries. And that is the cod end isn't static, it's moving due to the vessel movement, but also due to waves and current. And this pulsing motion is increasing how fish respond to the net, so they are getting more injured. So the two main objectives of this study are first to investigate how the coding is moving during fishing operation and how these movements relate to vessel motion and sea condition, specifically wave height measured from floating buoys. For this, accelerometer sensors were used and they were deployed inside the codend and on the vessel, allowing us to explore the relationship between wave height, ship, and codend movement. Then secondly, we wanted to assess the condition of flatfish coats within beam trawling and by scoring visible injuries, such as scale loss, bruising, point bleeding, and fin damage, and to examine whether these injuries could be linked to codend movement. And in addition, we explored the influence of other potential factors, including fish length, towing duration, catch weight, and percentage of injuries inducing species in a catch. So the overall aim was to see whether any relationship between codend and fish injuries could be detected and whether this relationship remained after accounting for these other factors. So the data were collected during September 2024 during the demersal youngfish survey in Belgian coastal waters. Initially, the plan was to go with a bigger research vessel, the Belgica, but it got cancelled due to some legal issues, and it really made us downscale this study. So in the end, we went during 4 days and sampled 11 stations for 15 minutes beam trawl tows. And across all these stations, we collected 90 common dabs, 28 places, 19 European flounders, and 11 sores. And to measure movement, so 2 accelerometer sensors were used. One was within a small pouch that was attached in the codend, and another one was at the aft part of the vessel. Then to these data, we performed also a fast Fourier transform analysis to allow us to break down acceleration measure into from the time to the frequency domain to extract the main amplitude of acceleration. Then for the injury scoring part, we used a scoring method based on the area of the body that was affected with injuries. And then for analysis purposes, we switched this data to presence-absence for all injuries, and for bleeding injuries, so point bleeding and bruising, they were put together as a mean bleeding score. So these are the results from the FFT analysis. So we could break down the frequency at which a certain repetitive movement was occurring. As you can see on the left side for shape acceleration, there was a clear peak at around 0.2 Hertz of about 20 millig, so that means that every around 5 seconds there was something happening in the gear. And on the other hand, for the codend acceleration, there was no dominant frequency that was showing, and it's maybe due to the fact that as the sensor was placed inside this little net, it was not really securely attached to the codend, and it was freely moving within the pouch, and so adding to the complexity of the movement and not really explaining what was happening in the gear. Additionally, a strong correlation was found for between ship acceleration and wave height, so that confirming that ship movement is linked to sea condition. But for the codend acceleration, there was no relationship with gear or with ship movement or wave height. So due to the difficulty of extracting movement directly from the codend, and based on the assumption that the movement of the ship will still be transmitted to the codend, we used ship acceleration for the following analysis as a proxy for codend movement. So then for the statistical analysis, we performed 2 different analyses. First, univariable analysis with mixed models. So generalized linear mixed models for the presence-absence and a linear mixed model for the bleeding injuries, while using sight as a random effect. and then to see how the interactions between the movement and the other factors, we use the forward model selection. For each injury type, two times the analysis was run 2 times. First with wave height as part of the null model, and then with the ship acceleration. So first for the univariable analysis, for scale loss, European flounder was the only species where we could show a relationship between the presence of scale loss and wave height. Then for fin damage, also for European flounder, only wave height, ship acceleration, and catch weight were significantly related to fin damage. Then for the head bleeding injuries, European flounder we showed that catch weight was related to the presence of head bleeding. But for the extent of those injuries with the mean score, it was for common DAB that wave height, wave period, ship acceleration, and catch weight were related to head bleeding. For body bleeding, for place, length, and towing duration were both related with presence and extent of those injuries. And for the extent of injuries, ship acceleration was also significant. For European flounder, ship acceleration and percentage of inducing species were both significant for the presence of body bleeding. For tail and fins bleeding, no factor were found to be significantly linked with those injuries. Then for the model building part, wave height was significantly linked with the presence of scale loss, both for common DAB and European flounder. Then for fin damage, the only species that was significantly injured with fin damage was European flounder with wave height and length. For head bleeding, wave height was only marginally significantly linked for head bleeding. And body bleeding, places for ship acceleration and length. So in the end, we could still see that for some species we found a relationship between injuries and movement, but measured as wave height and ship acceleration. However, the main goal of linking code and movement to injuries could not be achieved due to the chaoticness of the data from the code end. So a further work could involve securely attach the sensor to the net. Then, although ship acceleration and wave height were strongly correlated, they were not behaving in the same way in the models. So we found during the analysis that one station was behaving as an outlier, so we could maybe redo the analysis while removing this station to see if it makes things better. And in the end, the main issues were that the sample sizes were really small, and towing duration was also really small. So in the end, overall, the catch was in a pretty good condition, so it was complicated to really see something bad, which is good for the fish. So in the end, if we could find a way to really find a relationship between code and movement and injuries to the fish, it could serve as a proxy to avoid using too many fishes during trials, and maybe it would make things better for fish welfare. Thank you for your attention and your questions.
Okay, Mike, questions here?
Yeah. Well, so you're asking if why I found different relationship for different species. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So my opinion would be that they are different. They are still different fish, and maybe some are more fragile than others. but it could also be interesting to redo the analysis while taking all flatfish together to see if we could see major factors that are always coming.
Okay, one more extra questions if we have some time. Yeah, quick question, one more, then we have to move on. Wait. Mike.
So model assumptions were checked using, I don't remember the test by heart, but we performed every test that was needed. And in the tables, when you didn't see an arrow, it meant that we could not check, like the assumptions were not met. So in the end, it was the case for many models that we could not perform them and the assumptions were not met. And that's most likely because the sample size was so small. And that's also why we didn't use site for model building. Like we didn't use a mixed model for model building because for some stations we only had one fish and that could not be used.
Okay, I think we have to move on to the next session. Thank you very much, Marie.
So now we're going to transition into our first focus session. Steve, if you want to come up and...
Just leave this one for you.
Thanks, Mateo. That was great. Let's see. Do you want this one first?
Yep.
Okay, cheers. All right, so good morning to you. Steve Ayres from Australia Fisheries Research and Development Corporation. As always, it's good to be here in front of you. Good to see old friends. Look forward to making new during the week. I want to start and just thank the chairs for giving me the opportunity to host this focus session, which is all about gear switching. And we've got about 6 presentations, and they're all going to talk about their experience switching gear, primarily focused on gillnet, and look at the gear options that they've studied. And third bullet point down, so the case studies will explore pressures on gillnet fisheries and challenges of gear switching. We'll understand the importance and role of fish behaviour when switching gears and highlight a need for increased fisheries resilience. This session is 2 hours in total. We've got an hour before lunch and an hour afterwards. And in the first hour will be the 6 presentations. So there'll be no time for questions. We'll just pump the six presentations out. And then in the second hour, we'll have our open session. The presenters will be out here and we can hit them with questions and see how we go. And then I'm going to finish off by proposing a new topic group on a similar subject. So that's what the agenda looks like, just quickly. First presentation will be Max from Australia. We'll then move on to a local presentation from Andrea, who unfortunately couldn't attend, so we've got a video of his presentation. Daniel will then talk about life after gillnets. Jordan will talk about the Danish perspective. Paul, a review of fish behaviour in relation to pots. And Noëlle will also talk about tickling the senses. There we go. Woohoo. So the proposed outcomes of this workshop is really just to raise awareness of this group, to get us thinking about the threats that gillnet fisheries face around the world. Although I was talking to some people last night and they said, yeah, gillnets in my country aren't the problem, it's trawls, they're the ones that are threatened. So there are similarities, just different gears. We'll talk about pressures faced by commercial gillnet fishers and the challenges in switching to alternate gears. And we'll talk about the need to work with fishers and others to develop solutions that hopefully build more resilient fisheries. Before we do, just to let you know, and some people already know, but there's a bunch of Aussies in the audience today, and I think there's about 9 of us in total, and they come from all around the country. And Many of them are commercial fishers, so there's a good opportunity over the coming days for you to talk to these people and hear their journey, hear what's going on in their world, what's happening in their fisheries and why they're under threat and how they're responding. And so, hopefully you can talk to them about that and learn their journey. And hopefully they can talk to you and learn something from you as well. So the fishers we have Ryan Bradley, here we go. Ryan's from southwest Western Australia, inshore net fisher. Bo Khan, Bo's CEO of the Aboriginal Sea Company. While he's not a fisher, has a long history of involvement in commercial fishing. His organisation's fairly new, and what they do is they look to increase Indigenous capability in fisheries, in commercial fisheries, and access to fish stocks. Tyrone Henson, the youngest of the bunch. Tyrone's a gillnet fisher, works in the Gulf of Carpentaria, so that's that big bit of water that's just between Queensland and Northern Territory. Sienna Green and Dale Veneer, they young couple that have formed a partnership and doing great work in the mid-coast of Queensland, inshore net fishers, also fish for mud crab. Sam Williams, Sam's a researcher with Queensland Fisheries. He's leading the project, which the first presentation will talk to. Michael Savage. Michael's a multi-gear inshore fisher from down southeast corner of Queensland. Max Gioroli. Max is also working with Sam as a PhD student. He's just started the journey. Good luck. And also works with an industry organisation that's doing some good things. And then there's myself. So they're the Australians that we brought, and of course there's a couple of other Australians that have been long-term members of this group. So please, make yourself available, introduce yourself to them. They've committed a lot of time to come here for the 6 or 7 days. Invested that time to come and learn from you guys, learn from the presentations, hear what's going on, and hopefully take some newfound knowledge back home. So please talk to them if you can. First presentation, so we'll jump out of that and go to the very first one. Max. All right, so Max is going to talk about our gear switching program. Over to you.
All right, good day everyone. My name's Max and I'm here to introduce you to Fishlight, low impact gear and harvest technology. Now, if I talk a bit fast or use a bit of slang, please pull me up because I am prone to doing that. I apologise in advance. So Fishlight's a large government funded project and its whole purpose is to identify alternatives to gill netting. It's the first time this has ever been, something like this has ever been done in Australia. So for context, in December 2023, gill nets in the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park, which is about 70% of the Queensland coastline, were banned. Now, there were a few temporary permits issued under strict conditions to keep a bit of seafood supply until 2027. Now these permits expire in 2027, so our soft goal is to have something in place by then so we can keep supplying fish to local Queenslanders and Australians and also keep these people involved. So I'm really going to touch on the 3 fundamental pillars of this project, which is economic, social, environmental. So the environmental side is really aimed at protecting threatened species. So we've got plenty in Australia. 4 of note that were referenced in previous reports were sawfish, dugong, turtle and dolphin. And it's also the reason this all came about. So when UNESCO reviewed the endangered listing of the Great Barrier Reef, they recommended the phase out of gill netting. Not just in the Great Barrier Reef, but in subsequent areas as well, which includes the Gulf of Carpentaria. So to support the gill net phase out, the Future Fishing Task Force, which was an intergovernmental panel, if you will, recommended research into sustainable alternatives. And basically we've got to establish an evidence-based approach to developing and trialling sustainable alternative commercial fishing apparatus. And we're doing this in collaboration with not just the Queensland Government, FRDC, but also the federal government as well. So socially, we want to maintain community, consumer and community access to fresh fish. That's why commercial fish is fish. It's a sense of being in a sense. And importantly, the inshore net fishery, it was catching staples. It was catching barramundi, mackerel. That to Australians is what cod is to Europeans. That's our bread and butter fish that every pub, every fish and chip shop sells. And there's a real risk that these species are going to become inaccessible due to closures, not just in Queensland but around Australia. And importantly, as well as the staple species, this fishery caught up to 100 different species of byproduct. And a lot of these were really important low-cost alternatives, not just well-off Australians, but also supported Australia's growing ethnic diversity, which preferred some of the cheaper fish, which resembled fish from their home countries. Economically, commercial fisheries in Queensland contribute $350 million to our economy and support around 3,000 direct and indirect jobs. I'm sure if you spoke to the guys in the room here, or guys and girls in the room here, you'd probably find out that number's probably a little bit low, and the real numbers might be a bit higher. And on top of that, commercial fishing is really how a lot of Queensland's coastal towns got started. So there's a lot of cultural influences at play. So our goal is to sort of replace the species that we're losing. So we're focusing on those barramundi, those threadfin, salmon, mackerels. So that's our main goal. But if we do come across other species and have to develop new markets, then that's a positive. That's a plus. We're not adverse to that, and we very much welcome that as well. Our program area is primarily focused in the green area, up on that top right. That's the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park. That's where all gill nets will be phased out by 2027. But we're also very keen to work in the Gulf of Carpentaria and the top left and southeast Queensland, which also have severe net restrictions and have been several closures recently as well. So although identifying new gear types is a core element, the program is much broader and will also explore other elements required to establish an ecologically, socially and economically sustainable fishery. And in the national context, we're very keen and eager to work, not just in Queensland, but across Northern Australia, with all jurisdictions and user groups. There's 3 phases to the project. The first one's scoping, a lot of your background stuff, so identifying what are the regulatory hurdles, environmental issues, identifying what are the possible technologies we can look to introduce. And then we're going to move to trialling. Can these gears catch fish? Yes or no? And then once we figure out if they can catch fish and do it sustainably and viably, then it's about phase 3, which is supporting implementation. And that's where we optimise product quality, we meet and hopefully exceed community expectations, and produce vibrant fisheries that can continue to serve the community into the future. So to date, we've done a lot of the scoping work already. There's been plenty of stakeholder consultation, including several one-day regional workshops with fishers to establish broad gear types that fishers are keen to work with, as well as several background reviews and on existing innovative alternatives. There's been a large co-design workshop with stakeholders from the recreational and conservation sectors, which in Australia are pretty major players. And there's consistent discussion with other regulatory agencies around their requirements. So into the more exciting stuff, Our early candidate gears, fish traps and pots, which I'm sure most of you are aware of. And we got 12 designs at the moment, about 12 designs, which we're currently got a few guys in Australia right now trialling them to hopefully reduce that number into the ones that work, and we can optimise those designs. Tunnel netting, which I believe will probably be new to most of you in this room. Tunnel netting, to my knowledge, is only practiced in Moreton and Hervey Bays in Australia. It's a form of a trap net, but it's very temporary. It's deployed over a maximum of 6 hours on intertidal banks, and it uses the tide to catch fish. They can catch several ton of fish in 6 hours, of valuable fish, all alive, no bycatch, no TEPS interactions, and it's a pretty cool thing. So next year in Australia, I'm sure we'll have plenty of information and videos for you guys to engage with. Line fishing, pretty self-explanatory, standard trap nets, and then the novel technology will be e-fisher, which is using basically electric fishing. Walk around with a boat, tickling fish, and then as they come up, you scoop them, take your foot off the tickler, and they swim away unharmed. So, as I mentioned, currently we've got fishers in Australia, commercial fishers, who are our main stakeholder, trialling fish traps. That's already begun, already got some pretty cool results. We found out last night that we were catching fish in traps without any bait, using artificial lures, which is quite exciting. When we get back to Australia, we'll be starting tunnel net and trap net trials as well. And electrofishing research is about to begin. We've assigned a team to really look at and understand the economic and social side of things. That includes several researchers from throughout Australia, as well as private enterprise. And yeah, one other key thing which I'm sure I'm very keen to talk to you all about is, as part of this project, there's going to be a review of alternative gear trials. And that's not looking at gear modifications to existing gear or behavioural modifications. This is looking at gear switching. So projects that have been focused on either introducing a completely new gear or transitioning a fleet from, say, trawling to netting or netting to potting, or whatever it might be. And we found about 100 projects already globally since 1975 to now, and I'm sure there's plenty more, and I'm really eager to talk to you guys about the gaps. And yeah, as Steve said earlier, I strongly invite you guys to talk to the commercial fishers that are here and learn from them and hear about the specific challenges in Australia. And yeah, that's it. So thank you.
Thanks, Max. So we'll launch right into the next one. I'm sure there might be some questions about electrofishing or something for Max later on. I lost my volume.
It's a video.
Yeah.
Please help me in this video.
Yeah.
No, it's as in box down.
Alternative fishing gear to gill nets. I am presenting this on behalf of the co-author Massimo Virgili, which could not be present at the meeting. So we are talking about the Mediterranean region, which has a lot of small-scale fisheries, and these are widely spread in the region, and they use several different gears, but the most widely used gear are the passive set nets, which are in form mainly of a gill net or of a trammel net. And this is because they are quite efficient for the target species, but they are related also to several issues, such as high backcatch levels of unwanted species and sites, with a consequent high discal rates, and also they are subject to dolphin depredation, often resulting in considerable economic loss. Here you can see some photos of bycatch and discard events. So gill nets and trammel nets can catch, for example, sea turtles or elasmobranchs with high rates, and they are also subject to this depredation event, especially by bottlenose dolphins, which are frequent in the coastal waters, and the dolphins steal the fish from the passive set nets, and this has bad consequences for both fishers who find their nets damaged and without the fish, of course, but also for dolphins who can ingest the plastic or can be accidentally caught in the nets. Therefore, we are searching for alternative gears such as pots, which can be a more sustainable gear in the Mediterranean small-scale fisheries. Here you can see different photos of pots used in the Mediterranean to catch different species. And pots are considered to have several advantages over passive set nets, such as an absence of interaction with protected, endangered and threatened species in terms of depredation or bycatch. They also have a high species and size selectivity. Usually one pot design is suitable for one or very few target species. They also provide a high quality of the catch, since the prey can remain alive in the pots until the retrieval. Also, they guarantee an improved survival probability of eventual discarded species and sites. And also, they require less time spent to clean the gear and to set all operations compared to passive nets. So in 2021, we performed a review by analyzing all the different pot designs employed in the Mediterranean region. And as you can see here in the graph, several species are targeted by pots with different designs, which we categorized in the table. You can find it in our publication. So in the publication, pots as alternative and sustainable fishing gears in the Mediterranean. But currently, despite all these different pot designs and fisheries, pot fishery represent only 1% of the total Mediterranean fisheries landings. Therefore, Mediterranean fishers can be encouraged to use pots to target certain target species, at least in some areas and seasons. Here we focused on mantis shrimp, which is a crustacean, which is targeted in the Western Adriatic Sea, which is a sea in the northern part of the Mediterranean. It is targeted by means of passive nets, but in the latest year, also pots are increasingly being employed to catch mantis shrimp. So in the paper that I'm going to present, which was published last year, entitled Can Pots Be an Alternative Fishing Gear to Gill Nets?, we compared the catch composition and efficiency of pots versus the gill nets, also from an economic perspective, to assess if pots could replace gill nets in the Adriatic small-scale fishery without negatively affecting the profit. So what we did is to deploy in the same fishing grounds both gill net and pots, so that the deployments were paired, so to have a direct comparison in the catch between the two gears. And we then sorted the catch into different species. We weighted the species and measured them, and their economic value was assessed. We performed several sea trials, and in the end we obtained the results, which we analyzed. We obtained some data which we analyzed by means of CellNet software, which allowed us to perform the catch composition analysis, catch composition or catch dominance. Here you can see some graph from these results, and we observed all the species caught by both gears, and we observed how the catch composition in pots was dominated by mantis shrimp, which accounted for more than 80% of the total catch in weight. By contrast, the catch of passive set nets, of gill nets, was not dominated by mantis shrimp, but was primarily dominated by species that did not have a commercial value, such as mollusks and crustaceans. So very big differences in the catch composition. Concerning the catch efficiency of the main target species, such as the mantis shrimp, we performed a catch comparison analysis, again through the CellNet software, and we observed that pots were significantly more efficient at catching mantis shrimp for almost all the length classes. And on average, pots caught from 1.5 to 3 times more mantis shrimp than gill net. And also, we estimated that 4 pots are sufficient to catch more mantis shrimp than 100 meters of gill nets. And then, concerning the profits, we also performed an economic analysis by including all the different costs of both gears, such as the cost of baits for pots, the cost for net cleaning for nets, and other operating costs. And we found that pot fisheries can represent a valid strategy at the economic level, providing lower costs for personnel, fuel consumption, and other operating costs. So, as a conclusion, we could observe how pots are more efficient than gill nets, especially for the mantis shrimp. And also another important thing is that pots are not subjected by dolphin depredation. So, which is an important issue in the area. Therefore, pots are started to be voluntarily adopted by fishers as an alternative gear compared to gill nets, also because they afford a higher quality product. As final remarks, we also observe how fishers of the small-scale fishery of Adriatic Sea, Western Adriatic Sea, can operate with pots all year round by shifting from a pot design to another to target the different species in the coastal waters. This diversification of the gear and the fleet ensures a lower fishing effort on a broader spectrum of demersal species and guarantees greater competitiveness on the fish market. Thank you very much.
I think I failed to introduce the speaker, so that was Andrea, and who obviously can't be here and sent his apologies. That's you. Okay. Daniel, what number are you?
4.
4?
4. We don't say 4.
There it is.
Okay, representation mode, and automatically should be displayed. Yes.
Oh, yeah. All right, Daniel, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Daniel Steputis. I'm researcher at the Thun Institute in Rostock in Germany. I would like to give an overview presentation about gear change. I will deviate a little bit from the title from time to time, but I hope you forgive me. And we heard this from Andrea in the last presentation. Of course, gill nets had many advantages, but also some disadvantages. One is the bycatch of birds, mammals, turtles, wherever we are in the world, there are different bycatches, of course. Shit. There was some key jumping to the end. Sorry. Yes. At least I stick to the 10 minutes. Okay, well, some benefits. There are also some conflicts, other conflicts in bycatch. We heard from Andrea, there's a dolphin predation. I'm sure there is in wherever region we look at, there are some other aspects in gillnet fishery which has to be solved. And then, of course, the question is always how to proceed. And we talk about today about gear change, so from gillnet to something else, but I'm sure it is also worth to think about first what we can do with the gillnet to change it, to solve some of the problem. Maybe it's enough. Then we have the vessel equipped, then we have the gillnets. We only have to change the gillnet a bit and can continue fishing. So in my understanding, the first step is always to see whether there is a modification available, and then we can look for alternatives. This is the second step. I would like to give some examples. My main focus will be the Baltic Sea. I'm not sure whether you know this little piece of water here in Europe and the North Sea. So this is where I come from. And the focus will be there. So if we talk about gillnet modifications, and in our area the main problem is or was assumed to be the bycatch of small toothed whales, harbor porpoises in this case. Of course you can add something like pingers, for instance, different types of pingers doing whatever sound, different type of sounds. And you can, to make the whale aware of, shoo them away, or you can say, okay, I know that one of the reasons why they are entangled in the net is because they can't see the net, so I make the net more visible. One of the solutions we were working on is the so-called pearl net. So we use little objects in the net which makes a huge echo, and I show you how it looks like. This is an echo, the frequency used by a small whale, by a harbor porpoise, a normal gillnet, and this is the echo from a pearl net, and you see it is more visible. So at least there's a chance that the whale can see the echo, can see the net, and can circumvent it. Of course, there are some issues with this. So the first thing is it might not solve all the problems. The second thing is that in our case in the Baltic, it's very close to Russia. The German and the Swedish Navy say, forget the pingers in our area, because we want to listen to the Russians. We can't use them. It disturbs our submarines. Then, as I said, it can reduce the bycatch of dolphins or harbor porpoise or whatever, but it may not reduce it to 100%. So you might still catch some. It's maybe only an 80% reduction. If this is not enough for conservation point of view, then it's maybe not the only solution you have to apply. And of course, there are other conflicts, as I said before. In Italy, we heard, in the Mediterranean, we heard the dolphin predation. Here in the Baltic, we have a huge predation by seals. So in some areas like Finland or Sweden or Denmark, you can't fish with gillnets anymore because the seals will eat every fish and destroy the net, and finally are maybe caught. So this might be a solution, but it might be not always a solution. Then you have to come to alternatives, and this is what I want to talk about. Of course, there are pots. I don't say much about pots because Sarah will have a presentation about pots. Jordan will say something about pots in the Baltic. There are large trap nets. We heard from Australia that you think about trap nets. We were working in the Baltic on so-called pontoon traps. These are traps where you can lift up the catch chamber. It was developed in Scandinavia, Finland, Sweden. Peter Ljungberg is an expert in this. We are working on this to make it better, easier, cheaper, modular, more robust, multi-species, and all this stuff. So if you have questions on this, please ask Peter or ask Tommy or me. We worked in the Baltic on mini seine, so a Danish seine fishery usable on small boats. And what all these gears have in common is that the catchability is maybe not as good as with the gillnet. This is the reason why the gillnet was used, because it's super efficient, it's cheap to buy, it's cheap to use, it's super efficient. So this is always a competition. And it's really hard, and we try to keep up with this. Sometimes it helps, that also for the gill net, the time change, the environment change. So if the gill net cannot be used in Denmark, then we can win. Yeah, because the surrounding change. Then sometimes we face a problem that we as Baltic gear researchers worked for 10, 15, 20 years in optimizing the pots, for instance, for cod, the Atlantic cod we have in the Baltic. But as the shit hits a fan, the Baltic cod stock collapsed. So now we have pots maybe suitable for cod, but no cod anymore, so we have to think about what to do next. So the fishermen come and say, okay, we want to fish other species. Then we have to think about, how we can catch other species with this. So we have to think about multi-species pots. Sarah will say more about this in a few days. I know this is not about gill nets, Steve, please forgive me. There are other examples for gear change. I only show this because there are some consequences based on this. Beam trawl fishery in the North Sea, I said we are working in the North Sea and the Baltic Sea. High efficient, of course, poor selectivity, bottom interaction, low energy efficiency, and so on. And of course, we have the same. We have modifications and we have alternatives. The modifications, I only mention them, is sometimes you improve the selectivity by Kingrid, or we work on, so Kingrid is a selection device we use in this fishery. Juan can say more about this. We presented it last year. Pico will have a project about FLOMO very soon to test the different cod and to improve the catch quality and bycatch and so on. But of course, there are also alternatives which maybe are usable as alternatives for gill nets in whatever areas. In this case, these are stone net fisheries, often used, for instance, in Asia, or pots to be used to catch these shrimp. And this is a project, or this is a topic we are working in Denmark, Germany, Netherlands, and Belgium to find an alternative for this beam trawl fishery to allow a passive fishery for shrimp. So if you are interested in this, if you have ideas, if you have knowledge about shrimp fishing and passive gears, let us know, please. Then there's another challenge, and I still have 2 minutes. We always talk about new gears. We talk about, we can develop gears and use pots and use this and whatever. But when I go through our harbors, for instance here in this harbor here or in my home harbor or so, I see boats which are not equipped for this, which cannot fish with pots or Danish seine or pontoon traps or whatever. Then we have a problem. So we have maybe gears which are usable, but we can't use them because the vessels are not equipped for this. And in our case, the vessels are always mostly quite old, so we have to think about what we can do to improve this. And then there's another challenge. It's not only that we can plan a new vessel which maybe uses pots, because I'm not sure whether anybody in this auditorium here, in this meeting today, is able to predict which gear we will use in 5 or 10 years or in 15 or 20 years. So the problem is when we build a vessel, it is built for 30 years, something like this. So as we don't know which gear we use in 5 or 10 years, or whether we use different gears in spring or autumn or whenever, we need to think about polyvalence, something like this. So we need to think about how we can build a resilient business model which not only depend on one specific gear type, because it might change due to whatever circumstances. And then of course we have to think about a vessel which is more modular and whatever, and which may adopt potential future usage. And without thinking and discussing about this, I'm very sure, and at least for the old German fleet and maybe also for the old Italian fleet, it is not very meaningful to talk about alternative gears, because we have to think this as well. And if we think about new vessels or redesigning the old vessels, rebuilding the old ones, of course, we also can address other issues like energy efficiency. So we always also have to talk about climate goals we have to phase in within a few years. We can reduce environmental impact. We need to tackle all the other things written here, like safety at sea, animal welfare, and so on. This is part of the big package we have to think about. And this is what I would like to bring into the discussion after lunch. And thank you.
The big package.
good point for conversation. Gear is one thing, boats is the other. Of course, there are other issues, there are markets to deal with and other things. Jordan's going to come and talk to us about the Dutch perspective. Danish, my apologies. There we go. Thanks, mate.
Cheers. Thanks, Steve. My name's Jordan Feekings. I'm a researcher at D2 Aqua in Denmark. And I'll present some of the considerations and work we've been doing in Denmark, looking at some of the alternative gears. So Daniel quickly touched on a few of these. I'll go into a little bit more detail. Looking at the drivers to why we've started working and developing alternative gears, you can see that there's external pressures from some different stakeholders. This is the example that the French NGO Bloom put out on to try and ban pulse trawling, which was successful. You see that in Denmark there's a big push from the NGOs at the moment to try and ban trawling. So that leads to why we're actually looking for alternative solutions. Then you also see different shifts in stock dynamics. Daniel quickly touched on that as well now. So up the top there you see the spawning stock biomass for cod in the Baltic. There was a large peak around the 80s, coinciding with a large decline in the grey seal population in the Baltic. That got protected. So over the last 40 years now, we've seen a huge increase in seals and a massive decline in cod. So we see a big shift in the stock dynamics in the Baltic. And then you see that that leads to a lot of predation on the gillnet fishery as well, where you end up with catches that look like this over to the right there. So I'll touch on some of the innovation that we're doing in 3 different categories. So looking at how we can innovate within a single gear category, so shifting from, for example, gillnets across to using pots or other passive gears. Shifting across different gear categories, so transitioning from active gears, such as trawls, to passive gears, and vice versa, as with the mini seine. And then I'll briefly touch on some of the work. While it's not shifting from gillnets to other gears, it's looking at similar trends, so similar interests there, which is the emergence of a new fishery. And trying to identify what optimal mesh sizes can be utilized to target those species. So if we look at the 4 Danish experiences that I'll present, we have gillnets to pots in the Baltic Sea. That's to try and catch cod and avoid the seal bycatch. We've also done some work on looking at replacing gillnet and fyke nets with foldable pots. And then back to the Baltic, where we've tried to adopt an active gear, a mini seine, as a solution for the gillnets, and then trying to move from bad to better management with the species greater weaver. If we look at the gillnet to pot example, this is something that Lotte Kind Larsen, a colleague of mine that many of you probably know, has been working on for many years. It's an extremely comprehensive study that she's done, testing 19 different modifications, including pot shape, different chambers, different entrance types, different sizes. This was published a couple of years ago, where the results basically show that the gears can withstand seal attacks, it's got acceptance and buy-in from the fishers, and it has no bycatch of harbour porpoise. As Daniel touched on, the challenge now is that there's no cod. So how do we actually utilise the knowledge that we've collected now to try and direct that towards the flatfish species that are doing quite well in this area? In the inner Danish waters, we have a fishery for European lobster. That fishery, they use gillnets, they use pots, and they use fyke nets. So it's a mixed gear fishery. And then all of a sudden this guy turned up, a multi-pot or a foldable pot that fishermen were starting buying off. I think it was Temu or something like that from China. It turned out to be extremely effective. And then we looked into what the catch rates were of these gears and looked at that they actually had extremely high catch rates. I won't go into the tables here. We looked at their catch efficiencies, so comparing the catch efficiencies pairwise with the most common or most used gear being the Fike net, and to look at what the catchabilities were of these different gears and how much gear they should actually use. We found out that common across all these gear types, they had an extremely high discard ratio because of the lack of escape vents in the gears. So we went about doing a fall-through experiment where we looked at what size lobsters could actually pass through these escape vents, and so what were the necessary sizes for these. The work that Tommy has been doing with Tunen Institute, but also with us, is looking at developing a mini seine. So how do you retrofit a gillnet vessel to be able to use an active gear and still catch his target species? So we've seen that results in excellent catch quality. You get very high discard survival. It's fuel efficient. It has a very low impact on the seabed. There's very little bycatch of pets, and it's seal safe. So it resolves the problem. Can it adequately catch cod? The answer is yes. We can see that that's the case. However, it's strongly dependent on the bottom type. It needs a smooth bottom. The rocky bottoms can't actually work with this gear. But the good thing is it can be actually operated by a single person. So it is feasible to fish with a mini seine as in a solution for gill netting. Then this is the example that we have as well, which is not moving from a passive to an alternative gear. A bit like Daniel's beam trawl example, but it has similarities in the terms of what we've actually looked at here. I've put down that we've moved from an illegal to a legal fishery, and that's because the legal gear that the fishermen are actually allowed to use is a 90mm cod end. And from the trials that we've done, we actually saw that this gear retains around 16% of the greater weaver that enter the gear. So it's extremely inefficient, and that's why many of the fishers that have been fishing for this in the past have used other solutions in the gear to try and increase the retention of greater weaver. So we looked at what mesh size actually fits, and we can see that fishing with a mesh size of between 60 and 70 millimeters actually fits the population structure much better and also aligns with the size at first spawning. Despite going down in mesh size, we can see that this species can be fished extremely efficiently, but also very cleanly as well, where bycatches were under 2%. So it's an extremely clean fishery. And then we looked at what are the economic trade-offs if we do this. We can see that if we go down in mesh size, we of course reduce our catch value because smaller individuals are worth less, but we also have a very large reduction in our effort. So fishing with a 60mm mesh size, for example, you can actually fish up your quota in a quarter of the time, which leads to less seabed impact, less fuel consumption to catch your quota. So if we look at some of the similarities across these studies, we've looked at catch rates, and to compare between the existing gear and the new gear, looking at catch efficiencies and economic trade-offs. So what are the consequences, what are the purchase prices of the equipment, but also what are the economic trade-offs in terms of fuel consumption during fishing. And then also looking at the other side species that are actually caught in bycatch, discard rates and ratios and so forth. Thank you.
All right, excellent. So we'll have a little bit of a shift and move into a bit of fish behaviour, a stronger message on fish behaviour. Interesting, the depredation issue that's popped up already. No surprise, in my country, it's sharks. They're the big problem. Certainly up in my neck of the woods. Mr. Winger. Oh, what happened there? Are we jumping through? There we go. Sorry, didn't mean to show you slides, blow your thunder.
We're done. All right, buongiorno, my name is Paul Winger, if you don't know me. This presentation is dedicated to the topic of baited fish traps. It's not a new topic by any means, but we all know that today pots are receiving renewed attention for a lot of reasons. More and more every year. Market-driven forces, sustainability certifications, eco-labels are increasing pressure for greener technologies. Pots are attractive because they are fuel efficient, species selective, produce low seabed impacts, yield high quality fish, and offer low discard mortality. And you've just heard several examples. The recent explosion in scientific interest is noticeable in baited traps. And let me show you or convince you with an example. And I'm just going to take a narrow lens and look at northern ICES countries and groundfish. Notice with me how things get going a little slowly during the 1990s. Everybody knows that Dag Fjørvik is the father of modern cod potting. Then things heat up a little in the early 2000s. Bjarti Thompson from the Faroe Islands published a review paper, and Mike Pohl chaired what turned out to be an instrumental workshop in Massachusetts. And the seeds are now planted. Then becomes the era of expansion. During the 2010 to 2020, just 10 years, everybody jumps in on the action. Papers are flowing from Norway, Iceland, Faroe Islands, Finland, Sweden, Germany, Denmark, even Canada and the USA get in on the action. And a special shout out to Peter and Neil who are here today. It was so confusing and exciting, we decided to make a pictogram to help communicate just the timeline of discoveries for cod potting. There was even a moment in time when three guys decided to write a review of fish behavior towards baited pots. And this talk today is simply a snapshot of that. And well, I certainly can't share everything in just a few minutes, but it is helpful to break things down into phases. This is intuitive. Phase one is really the phase of attraction. Bait plays a primary role in the attraction, producing the odor plume. Fish that are chemically elicited to the presence of the bait swim up current, looking for the odor source. Chemically stimulated rheotaxis is the most likely mechanism used by fish to find the odor source. And we know that the shape and the intensity and the persistence of the odor plume are affected by many variables. Success in just finding the plume source is affected by internal factors such as activity rhythm and feeding motivation, as well as external factors like ambient light level, water current, and temperature. For example, we know that the success of fishing with baited gears depends on the time of day. Nobody sets baited pots at 9 p.m. at night. Once the odor plume is encountered, hunger state and feeding motivation will affect response threshold for food searching behavior and response intensity toward baited pots. Hunger level and motivational state affect food searching behavior and responsiveness toward the bait, and such effects will alter response thresholds and therefore the distance at which the fish will even start its food search and the resulting search pattern, location time, and the time spent searching. External factors such as ambient light level, water current, and water temperature all affect how fish interact with baits. We know that light level affects fish locomotion and the ability to locate bait. And we know that water current affects the dispersion of the odor plume. Long-ranging odor plumes require water velocity to be sufficiently high. And we even know that water temperature is important because it increases the scope of activity in the fish and increases the swimming activity and creates more encounters with odor plumes. It also affects the metabolic gastric evacuation in fish, increases food consumption, motivation, and leads to stronger responses. And then comes phase two, ingress and capture. Underwater observations have shown that baited traps only capture a fraction of the fish that respond to the odor plume. Fish that subsequently enter the pot have overcome the inhibition of entering a restricted space. Understanding both the attractive and inhibiting factors of pots is important. Feeding motivation, primarily hunger, is believed to be one of the most important stimuli. Hungry fish are expected to behave less cautiously than satiated fish. Fish that choose to bite baited hooks, for example, often have empty stomachs or are in poor condition, and the same may be true for baited traps. In contrast, we know that when hunger levels are low, pot entries appear to decline. Low catches in pots are often coinciding with plentiful prey like capelin in the area. The degree to which fish are alone or among conspecifics is a powerful influence on behavioral expression. Neil published a paper on this in 2017. Behavioral ecologists call this social learning or social facilitation. It's believed to be related to an individual's perception of risk. Dominant or bold fish act as social facilitators. That's a lot of fish in a trap. Dominant fish act as social facilitators. Then they'll either encourage more fish to enter the pot and that the pot is safe, or they'll demonstrate how to enter the pot. The use of artificial light has received a lot of attention. You know this. Light-emitting diodes are now available in a wide variety of colors and intensities and formats. Swedish researchers found that a small green light in a pot increased catch efficiency by over 80%. Why artificial lights actually attract or inhibit fish is still being studied, of course, but has lots to do with visually assisting entry, visually identifying conspecifics, visually identifying competitors or attraction to other prey species. And encouraging entry, well, we know it depends on the volume of the trap, the shape of the trap, the entrance characteristics, and pot rigging. Several studies have documented that larger pots tend to catch more fish than smaller pots tested side by side. And the alignment of the entrances is important. The characteristics of the entrance are important. Shape of the entrance opening, slope of the ramp leading to entry, and the funnel length are all important. Finally, there is the phase of retention. There is the phase of retention. Several competing factors encourage or discourage fish to remain in the pot once they have entered. Tipping the balance to encourage targeted species and sizes to remain is the success to fishing. It's important to remember that non-targeted species can create competition for space and resources. Underwater observations have shown that hagfish commonly compete for bait in fish pots, depleting the bait, altering and weakening the bait plume. Oh, by the way, we created a baited trap for hagfish if you're interested. Yeah, it's not nice. Fish retention devices, sometimes called triggers or non-return devices installed in the entrances to pots, are common for helping fish remain. Various designs do exist, and they commonly incorporate fingers or one-way gates. Finally, pots often offer the feature of secondary chambers to encourage the retention of fish in pots, typically in the form of a floating roof or a divided panel, mesh panel. An underwater video has shown that cod, gadoids in particular, for reasons we don't understand, they tend to rise when they enter a pot. So yes, a floating roof or a secondary chamber up high is a good idea. In conclusion, there has been an acceleration in scientific exploration in the past few years toward the goal of developing commercially viable baited pots. Much of this work has focused on groundfish in the North Atlantic, and advances in low-cost underwater cameras have been helpful for researchers and have led to a growth in video observations. But moving from frustratingly low catch rates toward reasonable and predictable catch rates will be important to the financial viability to fishing enterprises and to the continued adoption of this fishing technique. Grazie.
Very nice overview. Thanks very much, Paul. And the last one for this session. Tickling senses. I like this.
Gotta get the catchy title.
Indeed. Okay. Thanks, Noel.
So I'm going to quickly put my chair hat on, let you know we're going to go slightly over, but I'll try to be fast, and I know I'm between you and lunch, and we'll still return back here at 2:30 to do the conversation for this. So back to my presentation. So thanks to Steve for including me in the behavior side of things to this discussion about gear switching. So he's invited me to talk a little bit about introduced stimuli. So in considering gear switching, we need to think about efficiency and selectivity. As you are probably all very aware, in addition to lost profit, if you have a gear that has reduced efficiency, that can mean increased time to catch fish, which means an increase in fuel consumption, bycatch, potential other environmental impacts, potential for more safety issues, and more time for the fishermen to be on the water. Also, if you have gear that's not fishing very selectively, that can lead to increased bycatch, other environmental impacts, and potential impacts on subpopulations, which would mean that this would not be a very attractive gear to switch to for the fleet. And of course, I'm going to be talking in the gear switching section, but these things that we're going to be talking about obviously apply to other research. So as a way to increase efficiency and selectivity, when you're sort of stuck with the gear, you're working with the gear, we can use introduced stimuli to try to affect these variables. So this can include things like artificial illumination, electrosensory, other things you'll hear about all week. I'm going to focus for the purposes of this talk on artificial illumination, but everything I'm saying really will apply to other types of introduced stimuli. So as we know, artificial illumination can be used to affect catch and to increase catch with things like squid jigging, but it's also used to affect selectivity. So as Paul already mentioned, with the use of lights, we've seen a successful reduction in sea turtle bycatch with the introduction of lights on gill nets. So lights can be used as an introduced stimuli for these different things. But as we're going into using them, how do we know if they're working? How do we know if we want to keep using these in our fishery? Is this effective? Do we want to employ these as a way to reliably affect our catch? And so I wanted to highlight this paper that was written by Unida and myself, a big group of people from FDFB, to demonstrate guidelines for how to evaluate the effect of artificial light on catch. And so I'm going to highlight a few of those things in the presentation today to get us talking a little bit more about behavior and these different stimuli as part of this gear switching conversation. So it's important in thinking about whether or not you're going to introduce a stimuli to design the study and to interpret the results, the data, through the lens of base knowledge, the context, and a predefined definition of success. So it's always very important to define success at the beginning of a study, because it might not necessarily just be a reduction in catch or increased catch and bycatch. It has to also think about the potential for uptake in the fleet. In regard to base knowledge, it's important to think about things like biology and physiology. So you might imagine that if you're going to try to use light to affect catch, it's really important to think about the difference in vision between the species you're trying to target and the ones that you're not, and to think about the selection of the light that you might pick in order to accomplish that. So for example, if you wanted to use light to signal that there is an opportunity for escape, you want to think about the vision of the animal that you're trying to elicit that response from, because you might pick the wrong frequency, or you have to think about flicker fusion rate in order to think about what light would be most effective there. So if you've picked a wrong color, the color that maybe they can't see, you might make a false assumption, assume that light doesn't have an impact on this fishery, but it might just simply be the wrong variables. So it's really important to think about things like the biology of the animal. Similarly, it's important to think about the fish physiology. You might have lights trying to elicit a response and behavior to attract them to this area to escape. But if they're not good swimmers and they have no ability to access that opening, if the gear is towing too fast, for example, you might make a false assumption and assume that the artificial light is not having an effect, but really they might just not be able to access this opportunity that you've granted them. Another important thing is context. This is a really important thing when we think about behavior and trying to elicit a response behaviorally using introduced stimuli. So we have to think about the stimuli, how the stimuli is going to be perceived based on the environment that they're in and the context. So you should think about things like, for a trawl, is it dark? So if you were to introduce light into an area where there's a lot of natural light, maybe the light would be less perceptible to them and would have less of a reaction from the animal. Is there a big mud cloud? Maybe not with a mid-water trawl, but is there a big mud cloud that's obscuring the light and obscuring their ability to perceive the stimulus? Is it really noisy? Is the gear really noisy and that is more overpowering to them than something like a light would be? and what is tow speed. Similar with fixed gear, maybe currents are affecting catch in the olfactory signal. Maybe the pots are new and they're sort of smelly to the animals and they're not really being engaged with by these animals. So context is really important when we're thinking about introducing a stimuli and expecting a certain result. And so I've got a little experiment that I'm going to do with you all today in order to demonstrate this. I've done this before with clowns, and I've been told that that's too triggering, so we're going to use snakes. So if I can get a show of hands, who here is afraid of snakes? Very few people. Thank you for being honest. How about, keep your hands up. Let's keep them up. So the people that are afraid of snakes, are you afraid of that one? Would a small snake still be pretty still? Okay. How about this? What if it's in a zoo and there's no way it can touch you? People from Australia, you should all be afraid of snakes. Okay, and we can put them down too. And thinking about whether or not you'd be less afraid if you're in a very calm headspace. Another way to think about this too, for those of you who might be afraid of snakes, is would you be afraid of that snake if you're being chased by something much more intimidating? Granted, this is probably not a realistic example, but to think about whether or not that little snake would be very terrifying to you if you had something much more intimidating. All right, we're going to go this way. Who here is not afraid of snakes? All right, now put them down if one of these would then make you afraid. Lots of them or unexpectedly found in your bed. Hopefully that's everyone. I mean, well, the Australians are the brave ones, I guess. It's nothing. So it's really, this is sort of the idea of when you have a stimuli that's being presented to you, how you respond to it is probably going to depend, right? So if that snake is in your bed, probably a lot scarier than if you're out walking, and it might change how you feel about snakes. So it's really important that this is the same thing that we have when we introduce a stimuli to an animal on the gear. So we introduce light. That's going to depend on the context. How are they experiencing that light, in addition to factors like biology and physiology? So keeping all of that in mind is important. I'll just use a couple little examples here of where this kind of comes into play. So as Paul has mentioned, in Canada, they have these conical pots, and they've been really successful, and in Europe, increasing catch rates using lights. So they've added lights to these pots and have increased catch rates. In Alaska, I tried this with our square pots and did not see a change in catch rate. What's the difference there? Are American crab just more difficult? Maybe, I don't know. But there is something else going on here, right? So fishermen have told me that they've recorded video of crab, for example, that walk around circular pots, and they'll keep going in circles until they find an entrance, whereas if you see them around square pots, if they get to the edge and they haven't found an entrance, they'll often just keep going. So there's lots of other things going on, but you make a lot of assumptions about whether or not an animal is responding to the stimulus or not. And so it's important to keep that in mind, especially when we're trying to extrapolate from another fishery and to bring that into our own fishery to think about how to affect our catch. And just one more example, I was involved in 2 projects, one in Oregon and one in Alaska, very closely geographically. But in Oregon, we've got a larger Pacific halibut than in Alaska, and we were trying to use green lights at the entrance of the mouth of the trawl in order to reduce bycatch of Pacific halibut. In Oregon, we saw a decrease in bycatch. In Alaska, we did not. Maybe it's Alaska that's difficult, not sure, but it's really an important thing to think about these bigger pictures and what's driving these responses to the stimuli. So I'll leave you with this, that when we're considering introducing a stimuli, whether it's artificial light or something else that we might talk about after the lunch break today, it's important to think like the animal and think about that animal. What is the state that they're in? Are they hungry? What's their vision? What's their swimming ability? What's their natural behavioral responses? And then consider the context. How are we applying these? And it's important to think about that not only just for selecting the type of stimulus, but also interpreting our results, because we want to make sure that if we're going to suggest that fishermen use these different types of stimuli, that we can reliably count on them to elicit behaviors over all conditions. And so as far as light, positive or negative phototactic behavior, not light attraction, is going to depend. So again, we need to consider this when extrapolating to other species, fisheries, when we're selecting the stimulus, when we're designing our study, but most importantly when we're interpreting the results to decide whether or not this is something that we'd want to use in our fisheries. And it's important to prioritize that consistency in order to make sure that you're going to get similar responses over different variables, especially in the fishing variables. And as I mentioned before, considering success should be beyond just catch. We also have to think about things like access to lights, for example, and potential environmental impacts, such as things like more discarding plastic, the use of batteries and whatnot. So it's a big picture thing when we think about introducing stimuli in order to affect our catch rates. And that's it for me.
Thanks, Noëlle. Snakes in Australia, don't worry about spiders, don't worry about them. Come on down, we can show them to you, but you'll be fine, you'll be fine. All right, so I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll wrap up. Good first session. It served to highlight some great examples of gear switching, some considerations that we need to be thinking about in terms of gear switching, and particularly some of the behavioural considerations we need to be thinking about. And there is a lot of excitement around the globe using lights, a lot of variation in results, and I think many of us are still puzzled why those differences still exist. So I'll call it quits. Over to the chairs for messages.
Just one housekeeping item. For those of you that are interested in the excursion, we've been told there's a table going to be set up at the end tonight. No, in the reception area. Sorry, in the front foyer. Look for a table to pay. If you're not on the list, just throw money at them and see what happens. Some of you have asked that question. They said, we never signed up. I never sent the email. So my advice is just go to the table and throw some money at them. And I think it's 85 euros, I think, to go on the Sunday excursion. But, and for those of you that have purchased lunch, head to the dining room now. They're waiting for us. Yeah. Be back for 2:30.
set.
Hoping for this.
Save it just for you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Between both of you.
I know. It's like a cheer sandwich.
It's like the...
All right, we might get started.
No. No.
It's like dessert. You're the creamy part of them.
Like canelo. Don't think about the creamy part now, please.
All right, if you're ready to...
Fatty part. It's good. I get the point. I want to make an announcement. Paul Winger harassed me.
I need a louder voice.
What we're doing now? Discussing?
Yeah. The things you have to do. Must be plenty of excitement in the room. Energised after this morning. That's wonderful. Lots of energy. No jet lag. That may come later as the pasta lunch kicks in. All right, so this is for an hour. We've got an open session, and we're going to culminate. So we've got the speakers up front. I'm going to lead off with a question, and we'll just let it unroll or roll out somewhat organically, and then towards the end we'll give a brief summation of what we found. And where we're going, and then I'll talk a little bit about a topic group idea. So without further ado, we will get started. So I'm going to ask Max a question. In fact, I'll probably ask a few of you the same question. But in terms of the work that you've been doing, Max, obviously there are significant implications for commercial fishers. So at what point in time do you engage with commercial fishers in an endeavour such as this?
Yeah, before this work, I worked for industry, so I could be a bit biased here, but I found that without a doubt, best practice was to include fishermen from the start. They work and live on the water, got plenty more ideas than I'll have, and sort of like an encyclopedia of what will catch fish and what won't catch fish. Not only that, if you involve them at the start, I found that there's a sense of ownership over gears and projects and making it work, which is almost more important, because when it gets tough and you're not catching fish, there's people there who, will invest their time into changing things and fixing it. So that sense of ownership is really important. And for example, one of the pots that we've been testing is a barramundi trap, which we went through all the literature to find different trap designs and whatnot, and it wasn't until we went up north and talked to a few guys that we found that there was farmers who were using, at the time, illegal barramundi traps to catch barramundi, and we managed to get the specifications, and we've now got a trap which at some point in time caught barramundi, which was just not online, not in the literature, not anywhere. So it's not only an encyclopedia of knowledge, but it's that sense of ownership that's really important.
Thanks, Max. So you argue that bring them in right from the beginning, which I think is sound and fairly common advice. Daniel, your experience with industry, when would you bring them in? Is there a risk by bringing them in too early, do you think?
Sorry, I missed the last. I was focused on Paul pointing on the microphone. Sorry, I missed the last one.
In terms of bringing industry into this sort of endeavour, do you like to bring them in from the beginning? And if you do, is there also a risk of doing so, bringing them in too early, do you think?
I think everybody of us would hopefully answer, yes, we try to bring the industry in. Unfortunately, there is the mood for change, the drive for change, I would say, is not always, or for adaptation is not always super good. So at least in our fishery in Germany, in the Baltic, I said we have some struggles with seals and with cod stocks declining. So the main stocks declined and so on. And I have seen this pattern in the past several times, that in a time when fishery is good and fine, everybody says it will not change, so we simply can go on forever. So there's not much drive for looking for possible alternatives in fishing. And when the fishing goes down, as in the Baltic now, then it says, oh shit, now we are too late because we are economically, we struggle, so now we don't have time for play around. And then of course it's always difficult to, on one hand, there's not enough stimulation or pressure, on the other hand there's too much pressure, and then to find the right moment to say, okay, or to convince even the first state, that would be the best thing. If there's enough economic freedom, enough freedom of decision to say, okay, let's see what's around the corner, what we can do together. I think this is the main challenge. And if you would like to point it, then it's could be for some fisheries adapt or die. So this is what the final end is. Either you look always for how you can adapt yourself and what possibilities there are, or you potentially has no economic future.
Excellent.
This was maybe not the answer to a question.
No, that was wonderful. I mean, what you're really getting to is you really need to understand industry, and understand the context that they're operating in, and understand just how urgent the situation is and their circumstances, and try to work your way through that challenging space. Jordan, your experience in this space.
Is this on?
Yes.
Yeah. I would say the largest majority of the projects that we do are together with industry. We have two of our producers' organisations present here in the crowd today. So they take a big role in many of the projects that we're working with together with industry. And they also help facilitate that direct collaboration with specific fishermen to address the problems that we're wanting to look at in the projects. So it's very key for us to have them on board very early. And also, typically if there's a funding round or something that we're involved in with them, we drag them into that as well, so they understand what we're trying to do.
Yep.
And we adapt that project accordingly if necessary.
Excellent, thanks very much. Now, Paul, your talk was about behaviour, but you've operated in this space for a long time as well.
Yeah, so I have the unprivileged, what's the opposite of privilege? No privilege. my university is not privileged. We don't have a fishing vessel of our own. We have oceanographic vessels and training vessels and cadet vessels, but no fishing vessels. So everything that our center does has to be cooperative and collaborative with the fishing industry. So every project we do is on a fishing vessel. It just has to be by nature. Of course, we have a flume tank and we have labs and things like that. So we might tinker around in the lab and then go to sea. But going to sea means going on a fishing vessel. So that means finding good partners. And thankfully, the fishery is a big part of our GDP. And there's over 3,000 fishing enterprises around the island of Newfoundland. So we can always, I can almost say always find somebody. But there's always an early adopter. But the trick is to find that person and find that vessel that's willing to work with us and take some risk. Yeah. But it's not easy. It takes time and it requires relationship and trust, and you all know that. And if you burn that relationship, it's probably gone for good. So there does have to be a working together, right? So the one group doesn't abuse the other.
Trust is, what's the saying? Hard won but easily lost. Yeah. Noëlle, you are industry. So, but you've also done your fair share of research, so you've straddled both sides. Tell us about your experience working with industry. When should we engage with industry?
Yeah. So I left the federal government to go work for a fishing company to continue to do research, and I'd say I agree with everybody here. Early on is really important. I think what I've found to be really helpful. I think I would duplicate what you guys say, but the thing that I could add is what I found to be helpful now that I work in the fishing industry I have the opposite problem of Paul. I have lots of fishing vessels, but no flume tank. So I should trade. But yeah, it's really, I think the thing that's really helped is understanding just the nuances of the fishing industry, just operations, understanding the constraints, understanding the pressures, understanding the various things that are put upon the fishermen themselves. I think that having a better understanding of that now that I'm on the other side of things has really helped me prioritize research and help me gauge the projects that would probably be most useful. I think that perspective has really helped even in that initial approach of projects to understand what's really feasible and what would be kind of a non-starter. And then I'd say the excitement from the fishing partners within the company has really been helpful in helping me gauge which path to go down for different projects or different designs of gear and things like that. So I think that has been really helpful. So it's not necessarily research, but I do think understanding the cost of fuel, understanding you know, how frustrating it is to be out on the water, understanding rotations from plants and things like that. Even those nuances of operations, I think, can be really helpful in approaching industry partners and trying to ask them to be involved, give up their time, potentially give up catch, things like that.
What about the risks of taking a new widget, so to speak, to industry, working with them, and if that widget doesn't play out as you anticipate, are there a risk with having industry involvement at that early stage? Any of you like to comment on that?
I'll go. Yeah, I think that if you try something, there are certain fishermen that if it doesn't work, they'll never think about it again, and you're kind of dead in the water. Yeah. So I think picking the right partner is also really important, someone who is willing to try and have things not work, but then is trying to provide scaffolding in a way, whether that's providing funds to offset the reduction and catch, things like that, to make it a little bit easier to swallow if it doesn't work, but then also to make sure that they're an active partner in that, so that if it's failing, they're also not providing, they also need to provide ways to make it better, because they're actively engaged and they have ownership over that, and I think that that also really helps, but finding the right partner, I think, is key to some of that.
Anyone else want to have a crack at that? No? All right. Max, the selection of gears, just remind us, if you would, how that gear selection was made in that project.
Yeah, so originally it was full one-day workshops led by Sam at different regional hubs on the Queensland coast. And the local fishermen came and sort of just discussed what gears would work, would be viable gears to potentially catch their target species. And we had about 12 gears at the end of that process. Some of them, simple, a seine net, more or less, which in Queensland exists, but it doesn't really exist on paper. And then you had ones that were a bit out there, like spotlighting and at night of a spotlight, spotting barramundi and spearing them. And of course the electrofisher as well. It was good to get the weird and wonderful ideas, but also what had worked in the past. So Queensland used to have trap nets, called them arrowheads, were really efficient according to the fishermen, and then lost them through regulation. That was one which people were really keen to bring back. It's going to be tough with legislation, but it's good to get that history to know what has worked, and now that times are changing, potentially you could bring them back. All your bycatch be released alive, you can manage it effectively, but you've just got legislative problems. So it's more about the knowledge base again, I'd argue. It was important in that process.
Daniel, you sort of alluded to similar sort of decisions.
Sorry, I have problems to understand now. There was please, sorry again.
So what was my question? In terms of, actually, I've lost the question. I've seriously lost the question now.
But maybe even but maybe I would like to come back to your previous question.
Okay,
You asked Noëlle.
sure.
I think you asked for the risk of burning something. Now, thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yes.
Yep.
You asked about the risk of burning an idea in the fishery. Was it what you asked before?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
And I think the risk is very high. I would be interested in how you deal with this, except of good communication in advance and expectation management and so on, because we have recognized several times that you bring something into fishery, it is tried, and then it doesn't work out. Maybe not only because it does not work, because also it's wrongly applied. For instance, we had an extension piece with an escape opening for flatfish on the bottom, and the fisherman turned it upside down, mounted it, and said it doesn't work. And even after years after this, we hear that this never worked. It was a stupid idea. So I would like to know how you deal with this, and I think this is a quite high risk. And I think we can somehow deal with this with expectation management, with joining the trials. So I don't think it's a good idea to say, just take it and try it, because together you see the problems, you can find solutions fast, or you would say, okay, we need to take the next step and further develop it. But there is a high risk involved to, as you said, you can burn relationships, you can also burn gears.
Yeah.
And they burn quite light, bright.
Yeah. I'm glad you raised that. I mean, fishermen in northern Australia 20 years ago trialled some white light on prawn trawl gear, and to this day they tell you that lights don't work. Lights across the board. White lights were tested 3 nights, 1 location, didn't perform well. 20 years later, that story still permeates around industry. The question was, come back to you now, was in terms of your decision making for gear. What was, I think that was a question. I did have it and then I lost it.
You should know.
We'll move on to another question. We'll go on. Anybody have a question for these panellists based on their presentation earlier today? Petra, you were pretty quick. Do we have a roving mic?
Do we need mic?
We gave Kelsey the day off, so. Where'd she go?
Okay. By the way, I have 2 questions, but you can decide if I only ask one. But first I want to make a note. You who are English speakers, you have to speak slower. You have to think that the listeners are either 95 years old or 5 years old. So you have to improve, because I understand very well English, but I really have to struggle with you guys.
Just also look at him, please.
The only person I understand is Daniel and Porter. So you
Daniel disagrees with it.
You have to think, if you start speaking Spanish or French to you, how could you?
Yep.
So you have to slow down, really, and pronounce the word fully. Because this is useless if you don't speak clearly. But now I go to my question. And it's to Daniel. Because Daniel raised a very important question. When I joined this group some 60 years ago, we had vessel and gear groups. Slowly the vessel faded away because we have to become a sustainable vessel for supplying, and European Commission stopped funding vessels. But now when we are moving to alternative fishing, we really have to look also at vessels. Because if you think that you can go from gillnets to pots, for instance, it's different. You need a lot of space, you need the grains, but you also need high speed. So we would be actually benefiting if we would have some both issues in the future. Is this better? Okay, I repeat. Speak very slowly English and think that you speak to 5 years old person or 95 years old. Okay, but I think they get my point.
Yeah.
So the other question maybe...
Did you ask your first question?
The first? Could we The first question, should we start thinking that this group would invite again boat designers, fishing boat designers, equipment designers? That was the question.
I can't speak for the group, but I would be happy if we could expand our discussion on which selectivity curve is the best one or which gear is the best one to how we apply this in the fishery, and then it has to do with economics, it has to do with the boat and so on. I'm not sure whether we can attract or whether we have enough vessel people in this group, but as all we use vessels for fishing, so we are at least somehow expert and we know our fishery, we know how the fishery in each country develops. So at least if we can start talking, some of us, on what is the current development in the different countries. I can say this for Germany, I even can't say this for Denmark, I have to say, even if we talk a lot. So if we can come together and say, okay, what are the developments ahead, foreseeable, in the different countries? Can we do something about this? If, for instance, European Union still says new boats are not allowed, it's not allowed to fund new boats, and most of the German fishermen will not have a new boat in 100 years. They do it because they fear for increased capacity, the European Union. But the fishermen, they have these old boats, 40 years old. In the past, they have brought this they sold this and said, okay, half of my new boat is paid by the old boat, but the old boats are worth nothing. So without it funding, there will be no new boats. This is one thing on how this comes into fishery. Then, of course, we will have potentially projects on thinking about how boats should look like to equip. German government agreed on giving quite much money to us to think about this, so I would be happy if we can we talk about on how we can find synergies. But I think we need to continue this discussion. I'm not sure whether the working group on fishing technology and fish behavior is the right one, but Jon said this before, one of our terms of reference is still fishing vessel, whatever. And fishing operation is fishing boat, so let's have a discussion.
Yeah, I think in Italy we had your people earlier, for instance, and earlier we had a lot of Norwegian from was it complete different institution with fishing vessel designers and experts. But anyhow, I have another question. Just this is a quick one, because this is for Jordan or Paul. When you are catching fish with pots, baited pots, you are most likely to catch a hungry fish than a fish in good condition, not hungry. And I have heard many fishermen telling that when they have switched from gill nets to pots, they actually catching poor condition lean fish with pots. And they are not happy about that because the selling value is, they can be even 10% kind of change, decrease in the mid-weight. Have you had any idea about this? Is this a real problem or just?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to your question. Right now it's kind of a theoretical response. I know some people have looked at the isotope analysis of gillnet caught fish versus pot caught fish, and they seem to they're made up of different things. It's almost like they have different diets. So it's almost this niche partitioning. So you could have two cod of the same size, but I have a different diet than Daniel, and that makes me more likely to go into a pot for some reason. So this is a really exciting area for work for sure. So what are these motivational aspects that drive certain fish into pots? Because not all fish are created equal, and they do different things. Yeah.
Well spoken.
Yeah.
No.
Did I talk too fast?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Canadians are really good at saying sorry.
I've got it quick. I'll try to talk slowly. I come from a long line of...
95 years old person.
So, I was going to comment on both of your questions. So the first one with the vessels. So a couple of years ago, I organized a workshop and brought fishermen from all over the country to talk about innovation and technology and ways to kind of push forward in our fisheries. And it was really interesting. All roads of discussion kept leading back to needing new vessels. So we would talk about safety, we would talk about bycatch, we would talk about all these things, and in the end, the conversation always ended on, but we need a new vessel. So I think that it's very related to what we talk about here and the constraints, because in the US we also have a lot of constraints with new vessels, and it's really limiting, I think, some of the innovation. So I think it's a good topic. And I just wanted to say in regard to the pots in Alaska, where you have areas of lots of sort of barren landscape, pots actually end up being sort of a refuge for with structure. So that is also something to think about. It's not always necessarily food, it can also be sort of structure, which is also why we have sometimes a difficult time getting small animals to leave the pots, because they're kind of happy in this structure in the area of nothing. So something to think about.
Yeah, there are of course fisheries where they don't bait the pots.
Right.
Yep. Jon?
Touch on that. Would you like me to summate what Paul and Noëlle said for you? Or? The multi-pots, the really long ones that I showed that were introduced in the lobster fishery, those are actually unbaited. So we have the normal lobster pot, which was baited. These long ones act as a bit like with the fight nets, as a guide net. There's entrances throughout it, and they walk along and then they find an entrance and come in. So they actually have one of the best catch rates of the 5 different gears that we compared.
Interesting that there's a strong conversation about fish behaviour, which years ago that was very high on the agenda here. And then it seemed to diminish over the years. Maybe we're seeing it come back. So it's interesting to think about that. Anto, you had a question.
I'm not so famous like Petri, so I say my name is Antonello Sala. So, il mio nome è Antonello Sala. They have to start learning Italian. By the way, these guys don't speak slow, because it's like speak slow is like a person that ride a bicycle. If they go too slow, they fall. So I have a question for Max and all the fishermen from Australia here. Before lunch was much more was clearer than now. So let me read my notes. Max showed a list of possible candidates for the gears, but I didn't see these seine net and circling nets, so the so-called mini seine. So because of the experience yesterday at sea, I think this is a candidate that should be on the list. This is a project, the second note is that the project is a pioneer in the gill net banning, that I think should be considered by some other globally. I made a study on driftnet in Europe in 2015 and 2016, where there were a different scenario from status quo, total ban, and selective ban. I wonder if the Australian government, from the total ban, is open to consider other scenario, to close only some of the fisheries where there is a treat and not a total ban. That seems a too rigid position. So the science, in this sense, should support the fishermen with the manager explaining that it's too rigid to close all the fishery, all the gillnet fisheries, and look at only selectively only those that is a treat for the ATP species and vulnerable species. So the role of the scientist must be there, not only proposing a modification and alternative, but also indicate which fishery is a treat for the vulnerable species. So in general, these are 2 comments. One is possible candidates that we, together, the industry, we try to find this solution. The other solution is talk with the manager and explain which fishery to close instead of this scenario of total ban.
Did you want to respond, Max?
Yeah, that's a great question. So a bit of context. The Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, they've got a ban on purse seines. That's why we didn't look at that initially to start with. But what there is, and in southeast Queensland around Brisbane, they use what's called a bait net, and they can use that as a seine, technically, as a surrounding net. And there's been, well, I'm hearing more from the fishermen in North Queensland that they want to start looking at that and surrounding net, seine technology as a solution. So is it a potential solution? I think so, absolutely. I'll let the fishermen comment if they reckon yesterday was, we looked at Lampara nets yesterday, by the way. I think it's very much a potential solution, and I suppose you guys are the fishermen, so did you think it was a potential solution?
Anyone want to have a go?
There could be potential for it, but we've currently got, I don't believe we can use Lampara nets in Queensland with that bottom panel in front of the seine. Yeah, we definitely could modify what we saw yesterday to suit some operations, but we're going to need legislative changes from the Queensland government, which haven't seen to date, so there needs to be a bit of a change in how government deals with industry.
Did you want to say something?
Yeah, I'll just also comment of, seines have been high interest throughout the project, and, that surrounding gear type. I mean, a number of the fishers I'll speak slower. A number of the fishers currently use gill nets similar to a surrounding net as well, so it makes sense. It's quite an easier transition between those gear types than to something like a pot, and it works. It might allow for viability a lot earlier potentially as well. One of the biggest challenges is within the Great Barrier Reef area we have multiple regulatory agencies, so there's essentially four players who regulate fisheries within that area, and we have to have alignment of all four regulatory agencies on a gear type to be able to start trialling and implementing. And the early indications were that, they saw seines as very similar to gill nets. I would say that is more an education piece to try and ensure that they actually understand how the gear types work rather than, just hearing that it's another type of net. Hopefully we can continue to educate them, and then we can add Lampara nets and other surrounding nets to the trials that we're looking at.
Thanks, Sam. Question, Chris?
So yeah, Chris Reilhan from the United States. We talk about designing gear and then bringing it to fishermen, but then there's kind of the third step is taking it to management, and it has to be approved by management. And at least in the United States, all of our fisheries management is defined by like pre-existing sectors and allocation of fisheries. So quotas are assigned to certain sectors and certain fisheries, and permits are assigned based on that. We've had issues bringing new technology, even if it's supported by fishermen, to management. Our stock assessments are based on species or industry data on that. If we think about this idea of then suddenly changing that, I think that at least in our area, our management would most likely not be supportive of that. That would disrupt the whole kind of fisheries management aspect of what we have. So I'm curious, especially from the Australians and maybe the experience some of the Europeans here, what is your experience of working with management, bringing this to management? Are they supportive of switching different gear types? And then maybe a broader question is, when do we bring some of these fisheries managers on board in this process to kind of facilitate that whole process into then adopting this into, you know, fishing practices.
Jordan?
We've had a few projects in Denmark looking at working with industry, having industry ideas feeding in. The first projects that we did, we actually saw great buy-in from industry. We got a lot of different gears coming forward. But then towards the second one, things started to slow up a bit because they could start seeing that things were stagnating in terms of having it implemented into management. Then a third project came around, which was funded by the government in Denmark. And we kicked that off with a workshop with them to basically go through and look at this regulatory pipeline of what it actually takes to get gears implemented in Denmark. And what we found from that was it takes around 2 to 3 years, in a best case scenario, if each of your meetings line up, to have things implemented. So then we saw that when fishermen came to us and said, you know, I've got a problem with my catch of juvenile haddock, what do I do? I've got an idea I want to test. And we could say to them, well, we can actually go through and we can relatively quickly get a permit for it and do a test where we can document it, but you're going to have to wait 2 to 3 years before it's implemented. And then their response is, well, this is a bit of waste of effort, we'll go do it ourselves. That being said, we're looking at now of how we can actually change that regulatory framework. So Cecil, one of my colleagues, she'll present, I think it's tomorrow or the day after, some of the work she's doing. And there we're looking at how moving across to fully documented fisheries and electronic monitoring can potentially change the management framework. So if we have full documentation of catches, theoretically your gear regulations that you have become obsolete because now you're actually getting documentation on what's being caught as opposed to how it's being caught. So we've gone on from following on from what she's actually done now is we're trying to do these free gear choice trials to give the fishermen the opportunity to have full flexibility in what they're doing and get some actual documentation on the table.
Sam, Max, did you want to answer that, or would you want to throw to Sam?
Sam's probably the right person to throw to here.
Yeah, so I guess from the Australian example, in terms of our fisheries managers, I would say, are often scared of change and uptake of new gear, and they do lean heavily on needing sort of really detailed information to be able to progress any change. But the even harder part is before you get to the ability to even collect the information, the permit process, trying to establish a project that's actually going to trial a whole new gear type. There's just not the pathway for being able to do innovative gear trials and get those off the ground at the moment. So for us, this is a rare opportunity or a rare case study because of the situation around actually a full ban of a fishing gear, which is quite rare, and it's sort of pushed the management agency into supporting this space. But we wouldn't have. I think there's been one new gear type actually introduced into our state fisheries within the last 30 years, and that's just because of how difficult it is to get into an environment where you can actually not just have the idea, but conceptualize it, put it in the water, collect the data, and get the management agency on board to actually to bring it to life. So I agree, it's a huge challenge, and most, I would say, are quite hesitant of actually supporting it.
Yeah, just one of the extra challenges the project has. Question at the back, please.
It's just another perspective, but I think for each gear design that we're trying to trial, there needs to be, if it has to be legal, there needs to be a definition of it. And even for simple things such as coverless straws, agreeing a definition of what it is very difficult. So any of these complex designs requires an even more complex definition. So although fisheries management may not want to change, there is that regulatory thing of we need to define what we're doing so that there aren't any enforcement issues. So I think that's another perspective to have when people are trialling gear.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much. Someone here might know the history. I think it was in Europe. Spent ages trying to define what a mesh was. Does that ring a bell? Anybody remember that one? Petra, you're the old bloke here. 20 years. Okay. Any other questions for our...
Steve, could I add to that one?
Yes, go.
Just earlier when we were talking about collaboration with the industry, so I'm currently developing a modified foot rope right now, and it's currently outside of regulation. And so going through that whole process has been really challenging. But I will say that something to think about, as depending on the regulatory agencies, is thinking about collaboration on the other side and engaging with the regulators kind of earlier in that process. I have found to be, I know, it's daunting, right? But no. It has been making my process substantially easier, having engaged with them earlier on in the process and been really candid and transparent. And so I would say that that is also something to flag as far as collaboration and in doing that engagement earlier to make that process as smooth as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, bring them in from the beginning and they can be part of the journey. They can be preparing themselves for when you've completed the work. Yeah. Daniel.
Yeah, we discussed now about the legal aspects and how this could be introduced and regulated and so on. I'm wondering, I don't have any idea about Australian fishery regulation. Can't you voluntarily simply change from gillnet to pots? So do you need a regulation to use pots or whatever? Or because our fishermen, it's also European is also difficult, but rule of thumb is at least there are completely no-goes like dynamite and poison and electric, but it's a bit more difficult. But our fishermen, if they are gillnet fishermen, they can use pots if they want. So they can simply change. There is no regulation needed. So how this situation is in Australia?
Yeah, so our fishermen each are licensed for only certain gear types. And the gears that we are trialling are ones that within sort of the state jurisdiction that Max showed earlier, they're not detailed in regulation. They've never been used in the fishery before. So, I would say they're quite restricted. There is some ability to be what we call multi-endorsed, where they can use maybe 2, sometimes 3 different gears. But for the most part, if you're a gillnet fisher, you're quite restricted to that, which it reduces your ability to innovate in some ways as well. So that's where for this project, we have had to get the permits within us as a research team, and we are essentially offsetting the catch of the fishermen because they can't retain it initially, and then hopefully once we can show or find it to be commercially viable, the regulations can be changed, but it's going to be quite a long process, probably a couple of years.
Well, go.
Real quickly, there is one exception, and it goes to Anto's point before. That one exception is our general net licence. It's multi-purpose, so it's used as a set gill net, it's used to ring net, we surround schools, it's used to haul, it's even used as a seine. That is the one exception where there is a bit of flexibility, but besides that, not really.
One of the extra points to add is that this new gear may not catch the same assemblage of species that have traditionally been caught. So you're not only dealing with new gear, new perceptions of gear, new management, but now you've got a different suite of species. And some maybe have established markets, some may not. So just to add even further complexity. Time for one more question from the audience. Mike.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm Mike Breen, Institute of Marine Research in Norway, and also from the Catch Welfare Platform. I thank you for this session. It's been enlightening. As part of the conversations I have with many different NGOs over the last few years, particularly related to catch welfare, One of the things that keeps on coming up is, why don't you just change fishing gear? You know, it's so obvious. It's so simple. Just change fishing gear. And the conversation we've had today has highlighted why we don't just change fishing gear. And this is a conversation I have with them, but it's fantastic to see guys and girls, sorry, Noëlle, who are far more qualified at this, tackling the problem and actually engaging in how could we switch? Is it feasible? So this conversation is going to continue outside this room, just generally, in terms of catch welfare, in terms of sustainability, in terms of just general spotlights being put on trawls and gill nets. You mentioned earlier, Steve, that this could go to a topic group. I heartily support that. I think it's important that it does go to a topic group, but also that you really talk about in public this conversation. It really has to, you really have to communicate with those NGOs as well and explain why it is so difficult to just swap gears. It's not as simple as just picking something off a shelf and using it. So that's really important. So my question, you asked, my question is, what has been your motivation? It's not, it may be catch welfare, I don't know. It's my motivation is catch welfare, to think about alternative gears. What are your individual motivations? What has made you look at this particular question?
Thanks, Mike. Great question. Someone want to kick that one off?
To you, I guess.
No, I'm handing it to you.
I'll just say we've had a realization in Eastern Canada recently. Dr. Bill Montevecchi made a wise observation. He said our fishermen, for the most part, are time minimizers. He said if it takes more time, they won't do it. If it costs more money but takes more time, they won't do it. They'll actually drop the throttle and steam home faster and burn more fuel up the stack simply to minimize time. They don't want to be on the water. It's rough, they're nauseated, it's hard, it's dangerous. And so that's been a light bulb for me recently, is to think of this idea of time minimizing. Because sometimes it's not about getting the best quality fish, the best welfare of the fish, or the best cost for the fish. It's just, I want to get home faster. And if I need more trips to catch my quota, I'm not interested, right? I do want to say one other observation here, because I know we're running out of time. If you don't know, Steve has a PhD in change management theory. He understands change management theory. This is the world expert in how to affect change. So talk to Steve about this. I've actually read your thesis. It's really fantastic stuff. Yeah.
I'll pay you later. Anyone else want to have a go at this question?
We go through the line, isn't it?
Yeah, if you wish.
Short.
Say something nice about Steve at the end.
Yeah.
Yes, of course. You did already. We could talk about hours why we do this, but one of the things is maybe because we know that every human activity has an impact. So even walking on the street or over the grass or whatever, and we know fishing has an impact. And for me, this thinking about alternative gears and working on alternative gears does not mean we have to change everything we have, because we can change. It's more the search for, is there any better way to reduce our impact and to make it more efficient and more sustainable or whatever. So this is, for me, the driver to think about alternative gears. And that's why I also have shown it is not, I don't do it for alternative gears. I can also think about modification. If modification is enough, it's okay. So as long as we try to reduce our impact while having a sustainable, economic, sustainable fishery, that's what it is.
Brilliant. Thank you. Noëlle.
So with gear work, I'm always looking for the win-win-win, right? So how can we make it more sustainable and all of these other things? The fishery that I'm particularly interested in as far as gear switching, I think my initial interest is because of the potential to reduce bycatch and to have a little bit more control over selectivity. But it also has the added bonus, if we were to be able to gear switch, of having much improved quality. which raises the price of the product and it produces more revenue for the fishermen. So that particular fishery for me is really interesting because it's sort of a win-win. It's an opportunity to reduce bycatch, but then there's a lot of incentive to increase catch quality and also potentially reduce time on the water as well through the change. But again, regulatory issues are a big part of that.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Max?
Yeah, someone said it before, but adapt or die is a really good way to sum up gear modification and switching, particularly in Australia. Obviously, gill nets are being phased out, so if there's no alternative, there's no barramundi. Australia loses its #1 fish. But it extends beyond that. Even other projects, such as looking at bycatch reduction devices on trawl or lights on nets, industries involved in those projects and developing those projects, because the current sentiment in Australia, and not to be all doom and gloom, it's if we don't evolve, we're going to get phased out. If we don't meet community expectations and achieve social license, we're out. And, you know, even though it's a great public service to supply fresh seafood, there's enough and a noisy enough group who don't like commercial fishing to try and shut it down in Australia. So it's adapt or die is really our motivation, I feel, at the moment, for gear trials, modifications, behaviour modifications. Yeah, that's our motivating factor in Australia at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, thanks, Max. Jordan?
I can agree. I think with everything that was said, and especially Daniel, it comes down to sustainability. It's environmental sustainability, it's economic sustainability, it's social sustainability as well. And try and get these things to align with each other so we can get a fishery in 10, 20, 30, 40 years for the next generation to come.
Excellent. Thanks very much. So, quick comment? Sure.
Yeah, thank you. Ida Campos from IPMA, Portugal. It's only a quick comment about the importance of looking at changes in fuel consumption when related to gear shifts. This is especially important. This brings the question of Petri, bringing a little bit the vessel part of the
Bring
question.
the vessel back to the table. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I've asked Sam to just give a little brief summary of just how things unfolded today and the general topics that were raised. So, hand over to you, Sam.
Thanks for that, Steve. Yeah, look, I hope you all found the session as engaging as I am, and really, you know, I'll be brief in summarising because we've all heard, I guess, the same things. But I guess across, starting with the talks, there was such a diversity in talks in terms of, you know, between fish behaviour, different gears, different areas. But I guess one of the common themes was the challenges that actually come with that and how we overcome them. And I think Paul said something around, you know, one of the most difficult parts is moving from this low catch environment with a new gear to something that can be reliable or economically viable. And there's a number of things that go into that. And I guess one of the other ones that struck me as part of the session was Daniel also mentioned that, you know, we might start one of these projects and sometimes we don't even know where we're going to be in 5 or 10 years' time or what the gear might look like at the end of the project. I mean, it could be a gear from Temu that ends up being it, or, you know, an illegal fish trap in Queensland that ends up being your successful gear. But you need, I guess, you know, focusing on that last conversation, to have these successful trials, you need that flexibility in your regulation. You need, you know, the funding and the support from, I guess, your industry sector and the buy-in to make it work. So, you know, it is a big challenge, but there has been, you know, there are success stories and we have been able to show a pathway forward. It's how do we work within that to, you know, to keep going. And yeah, I think the one other one, and I'll echo the sentiments about fuel efficiency, where there's also a number of opportunities that we can start to look at as well. So when we think about, you know, these large projects, how do we look at a number of opportunities? How do we not just look at a new gear, but design it so that, you know, it's able to deal with some of the recycling issues, some of the fuel efficiency issues, some of the vessel issues from the start, so that we don't bring a new gear and do all this work into a fishery, and then in 5 years' time we're having to make more modifications to keep it going. You know, how do we look, I guess, across the board, and that's centred finally in adoption and bringing those fishers in early to make sure that, you know, they understand what the pathway looks like as well. So that's my take home. You guys might have taken home something entirely different, but I hope it sort of broadly aligns with that, and I'll leave the rest of the conversation for dinner. So, all good.
Please thank the speakers. All right, so topic group. Where did... All right, so in the spirit of good timekeeping, I'll try to abbreviate this even further. So this is the basis of the topic group that I'm proposing. I guess a decision about whether to go ahead with this will be made later in the week. Happy to talk to people through the week and discuss it if you think this might be something you're interested in. But basically looking at trying to build resilience and future-proofing commercial fisheries. Quickly, you've heard, we all know fisheries around the world are under threat. Back home, gill nets, trawls, a lot of our fisheries are under significant threat from a variety of sources, not just climate change, but poor social licence, dwindling profitability, challenges getting crew, the list goes on. It seems to me, at least, that the business as usual approach, how we deal with fisheries, needs to change somewhat. Certainly in my country, the business as usual approach is actually contributing to the diminishing of the industry. You know, we do good research, we do good work trying to reduce seabed impacts and reduce bycatch and what have you, fuel consumption. Sometimes the industry takes it up, sometimes they don't, and we then try to tell the world, but often it falls on deaf ears, and you know, you don't have to look too hard to find examples of ENGOs really, you know, hammering the industry hard on impacts and bycatch and what have you, despite all the great work that we've done over what must be decade by now, I guess. So what I'm suggesting is that we do something different and we begin to look at a new, much broader, holistic, strategic and innovative approach that includes not just us, that includes other players in this space. And so the goal of the topic group is to identify best or new practices and to try and provide leadership and guidance that supports the building of resilient and future-proofed fisheries. And it may look like this. This is just my musings. Initially, we'd need to identify, review and characterise major impediments, threats and opportunities to the longevity. We've identified a number today, but we've not sort of categorised them and grouped them in any way, shape or form, other than to say, oh, these are all threats that the industry has. We need to review and characterise fisheries working towards or are deemed to have overcome such threats. There are examples around the globe where fisheries have good social licence, for example. The tunnel net fishery in Moreton Bay, where Max is from, enjoys a good reputation. It's one of the few fisheries in the area that does. They've worked hard over the years to get that good reputation. What can we learn from that and how can we apply that elsewhere? And identify commonalities that have contributed to their achievement, including those that have switched gears. Third step, identify other discipline areas deemed to provide insight into building resilience. So social scientists, for example, what can we learn from them? What can we learn from those involved in seafood marketing or engineering or naval architecture or other discipline areas that we haven't really worked with closely in the past? what can they bring to the table, and then collectively we all move forward and help build this resilience. Seek opportunities from those experts to contribute to the topic group. So this may not just be a WGFTFB topic group, it may have individuals from other topic groups within the ICES framework or outside of that space. And we would do the usual gatherings at the meetings, at the annual meetings, but importantly, we'd also need to have some out-of-session activities, and I think there's a great opportunity to do some webinars and have online meetings and other things that are outside of the annual meeting itself. And then at the end we would apply novel thinking and where possible an evidence-based approach to identify potential best practice guidelines and future steps to counter threats, thereby helping to future-proof. So we bring it all together, we try to build a roadmap, and we try to say, based on the evidence we've got, these are the steps that we suggest you give consideration to trying to build resilience and hopefully future-proofing a fishery. Now, future-proofing may not necessarily mean using the same gear, of course. It may mean actually transitioning to something else in the fullness of time. And just to say, we heard about the terms of reference to this topic group earlier, and what I'm proposing actually goes outside of that to some extent. It brings other people and other discipline areas in. But the ICES science plan actually allows us to move into this space to some extent. It talks about fostering transdisciplinary research, and the Sea and Society theme talks about describing alternate futures, management options and scenarios. It talks about assessing the vulnerability and resilience of marine user groups. It talks about proposing, analysing and evaluating adaptation options, and it talks about developing ways to include experiential knowledge and to develop concepts of social justice. So what I'm talking about goes beyond what we would normally do as a group, bring others in, but the ICES science plan somewhat allows us to already move in the space. And so I think the outcome might be some sort of document, some sort of roadmap, a plan, if you like, that says, these are examples of fisheries where things have worked well, they enjoy good social licence, we've looked at them in great detail, tried to chip out what works, why are they enjoying their success, and then categorising that and trying to apply that to other fisheries, and at least providing something that gives people an idea of how to move forward. And also we'd be more informed at the end of it all, hopefully more forward-looking, innovative, agile, inspired, all those good terms to meet 21st century challenges. So I'm happy to put my hand up and co-chair this during the week. If people are interested, come and talk to me and talk about, if you want to be a chair and or just participating. And I'll leave it there. Thanks very much.
So have a think on this, and on one of our later business sessions, we'll vote on the topic groups for the next year. So next we have Valentina, who's got a fun exercise to represent her topic group that's wrapping up this year. I just want to let you know, after Valentina's done, we'll be doing our group photo, so don't run off. We're all going to run to take the group photo. Hallie. We're going to run into our group photo, and then that'll be followed by coffee break and the poster session in here. So don't run off too quickly after Valentina. Do you need anything?
No, I just pop this in.
Yep. And then just once you hit.
Yes.
Once you put it at
in presentation mode. Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, so we are going to try something new this time. I'm Valentina Melli from DTU Aqua, and together with Bent, Jordan, Jure, and Chrissy, we lead the topic group indicators. And we've always talked about, it's good to talk about indicators, but they also need to be communicated, and often they require creative ideas to be communicated. So we decided our last year we would launch like a visualization contest, which is what we did. Before we get into it, I would like to take the chance to thank the chairs, because they accommodate our crazy ideas and find the balance in a already busy agenda. So please, let's give them a round of applause. All right. So what we asked, I think not all of you are on the mailing list, so we sent around the contest a couple of months ago, I guess, where we ask for graphical representations that look at comparing at least 3 different gears or gear designs or completely different gears, and considering at least 5 different indicators. We created this level of complexity on purpose because we have a lot of usual tricks if we're just comparing 2 gears or just looking at a couple of type of information. So we wanted the complexity to be there to kind of force the creativity. And what we are looking for are ideas that are easy to read and interpret. They condense a lot of complex scientific data and make them more accessible, and they are also visually appealing because that's, I mean, we are humans, we like visually appealing graphs. Yes, and we decided you needed an incentive, so we prepared a prize for you, a GoPro 13, Jordan has it ready, yes. And of course, the winner, as well as the other finalists, will also be welcome and invited to contribute to our topic group, where we incorporate these ideas into the guidelines we aim to draft for advice on gear technical specifications. Yes, we have, before we get that, we have 4 finalists. So the way it's going to work now is that each of them pitch their idea and explain a little bit their logic, and then you get to vote, and we select our winner. Now, we didn't have a chance to try this before now, so just to get an idea also to the contestants on what information, what to say, and so on, I've decided to provide an example, which is ChatGPT generated and definitely not part of the competition, so this is not going to be part of the voting. But this is a type of plot that Tiago, Malta, and I, for example, have used in a lot of Shiny apps. It's an easy-to-read concept, a radar chart, where basically you are comparing, you're looking at different gear configurations, and you want your best performing gear to have the highest score on the majority of the categories of the indicators that you are considering. Now, that's a little bit tricky, so take a second to think about it, because the way we calculate things sometimes in our field is counterintuitive. Like 80% bycatch rate, that would not be a good score, right? That's a negative score. But for this plot to work visually and to be very quick to interpret, we need to reverse the logic. We need to always have the best score be the best performing gear under that category. So category like bycatch rate and seabed impact, for example, we have to find a way to reverse the logic of the information. So the best scoring is the one with the lowest impact and with the lowest bycatch. Now, the limit I've found in my experience with this plot is it's not really easy to integrate the confidence intervals, which for scientific accuracy is something that we would like, especially when we're looking at comparison between gears. So if any of you smart people have an idea on how to do that, please come talk to me later. And that said, we start with the real first contestant. We have Annika and Francisco. Come down, yes.
Thank you very much, everybody. Yeah, well, we have had this idea for quite some time. It might not be a very serious approach, but it definitely, we think it has a lot of potential, mostly for dissemination purposes, because it's very, very easy and intuitive to read. The first thing we did was having a different choice of words. Instead of using bycatch, we went for selectivity, so it's already a positive value in a natural way. Instead of impact in the seabed, we went for seabed preservation, so always a higher value, it's going to be something positive. And the main advantage of this is that everyone's already used to reading these cards from like different games, different trading card games. So anyone, even without any experience in fisheries or in science whatsoever, anyone that even has never had to read a figure or a graph can very easily compare the advantages and disadvantages of these gears. For example, if you take a look at pots and troll, for example, it's very easy to see that the trawler catches a lot more, but it's very bad for the seabed, and then the fish pot is the complete opposite, right? The whole data is made up. There is no real data behind it, but all it takes is some thought of how to convert whatever data you have into values from 0 to 100, and then you can plot something like this. And also, it's very easy to add in the confidence intervals. You just can add the bars, and you have no limitations regarding. You can add as many indicators as you want. Just add more rows, and also you can compare as many gears or gear modifications as you want. So yeah, that's the idea. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh well,
yeah.
You want to add?
Maybe I can add something also in the concept like putting a picture. So it's also easy to understand for people that have not knowledge in any kind of fishery. So with one view, you can see at least a small difference between, for example, fish pot and the long line. So you have more of an idea about what this visualization is about. So it's easier to compare. And also, if you add more and more, it doesn't make it more complicated. So we can have a lot of space to add more of these indicators or fishing gears without making it way more complicated to understand.
And very collectible. I really want them. Okay, next we have Paritosh from NTNU.
Yes, thank you, Valentina. I'm happy to be here, and it is so good to continue with the gear switching session that we recently had. In this study, what we did is, in the gear switching session, we were discussing different approaches, the socio-economic indicators, also including gear producers as well as technology or gear designers, for example. A lost gear in the water has detrimental impacts to marine ecosystem. But at the same time, if you recover that gear, all the recovered ALDFG, what do you do with it? What are the socio-economic values of it? And that was our motivation to go ahead with these studies. We used data from fishing gear producers, 8 fishing gear producers from Norway, fishers themselves, gear collection, waste cleanup operations guys, and recycling companies, mechanical and chemical recycling companies in the region. First chart, what we show is, we studied 15 commonly used rope types in fishing sector of Norway, and we understood what happens with these particular ropes once they reach end of life. We talked to different recyclers, and we understood that out of those 15 rope types, only 4 of them are completely recyclable or easiest to recycle, as per the data from chemical and mechanical recyclers of the gears. This research is particularly important because there are upcoming regulations called Extended Producer Responsibility and Circular Economy Directive of Plastics from within EU, where they are pushing regulators, producers to close the loop of fishing gears. But from this particular study on the ropes, what we understood that almost half of the rope types are simply not recyclable. None of the recyclers there is no technology available for treating these 7 rope types that you see in the red color. So then when we are talking about gear switching or finding different indicators for circular management of these ropes, well, recyclability should be considered as one of the criteria. That is what this study suggests. The second study, we did something similar for the fishing gears as well. We studied 6 typically used commercial fishing gears in Norway, namely purse seine, Danish seines, trawls, gill nets, long lines, and traps or pots. And we realized that from the data from recyclers and producers, long lines and traps are simply not recyclable, or there is no economic incentives for recyclers to recycle these particular fishing gears at present. So that brings up the new topic that we need to create gear designs in such a way that it can bring more economic value as well as more circular economic opportunities to recover these gears. In doing so, what do we help is that we help producers gain that extra money or extra income. We create value to the waste which is collected after end of life. So that was all from me.
Thank you very much. Next we have Michele.
Hi everyone, I'm Michele Luca Geraci from the National Research Council of Mazara del Vallo. This is a plot from a manuscript we are preparing about the effect of applying certain grids on the Mediterranean bottom trawl fishery is an example, and these plots took inspiration from the methodological approach proposed by Lucchetti during a manuscript of Lucchetti et al. 2021, if I remember well. And in the x-axis is the ratio between L50, we intended to us the land at first capture, and the minimum conservation reference size established by the European Regulation 1241 and 2019, and in the y-axis is the L50 divided by the land at first maturity reported in scientific literature, and here is the data points are each species from retrieved from literature in these examples, but can be applied for every species you will find, and in this case is intended for just one gear, but if you want to use for different gear, you can color the data points by each gear, or if you want, you can plot a cob for each gear. And in this case, the red quadrants correspond to the worst scenarios, because the L50 is bigger than minimum conservation reference size, and the L50 of the gear is bigger than land at first maturity. And the best scenario is the red one, because the L50 is lower than minimum conservation reference size and land at first maturity as well. And as you can see in this example, which I will talk tomorrow in my presentation in more details, in this example, most of the stocks fell within the worst scenarios. Okay.
Great, and finally we have Cecil, who's not here. She's arriving tomorrow, so Jordan, as her supervisor, is going to present for her.
Yes, so this is some work that Cecil has been doing in her PhD. This is from her first publication that has actually come out in the last month or two, where we've looked at the gear regulations in the Kattegat that actually make sense in retaining or removing, or potentially, depending on other external factors, remaining, when you move across to fully documented fisheries. So like the Germans, we use these nice images at the bottom to clearly show you what we're doing, what gear category or closures, marine conservation reference sizes, ETP species catch limits. And you can clearly see here, if we do change this paradigm regarding management, we can actually remove around 95% of the regulations that are pertaining to gears. Other things like ETP species and the regulations pertaining to those, or catch limits, despite changing the paradigm, require being kept. So the idea here is quite simple. The table that kind of is behind these data is disgustingly long. If you are a little bit sick in the head, you can go to the supplementary materials of Sissel's paper and read it. Or you can just look at this figure and figure out exactly what it entails. The idea here could be adopted to look at gear development as well, where you have the efficiency to move across to a new gear type, fuel consumption, seabed impact, and so forth. I hope Sissel's happy with what I've said. Thank you.
All right, and that said, it's time to vote. I hope it will work. So try to scan the QR code. It should bring you to the voting system. If it doesn't work, then we go old school with raise of hands. But true. We can condense everything into a nice percentage, but we will lose the accuracy of the scientific information when we do that, often. Seems like the system is working. Okay, good. Okay, have we voted? I see 100, 101. we have a clear winner. So maybe we wait 30 seconds more and then we announce the winner. No, oh, I could. And in the meanwhile, Daniel was recommended. We point out all first-time participants, our finalists. So thank you very much for your creativity and for the courage you showed. A lot of us, all the practitioners by now are kind of stuck in the way we present data. So that's great to see some fresh creativity into the group. And that said, I think we can announce the winner. So, can I get some suspense? Oh. And the winner is the Germans!
No, you're good. Thank you so much, Valentina, for the innovation. Thank you to the indicators group. One more round of applause for them. So it's raining, it sounds like, so we're going to do the picture in this room. So if everyone can gather up here in the front facing that direction, that would be great. So come on down.
I was thinking about it, but I don't want to make Sorry.